Hello. Sorry, I thought my game was not loading for a second. Hello. Hi, Stiggy. Hi, Robertson. Hi, Duke. Hi, Actual. Hi, Yokels. Hi, Thomas. Hello, hello. Hi, Susie. Hello. I have given in and bought Ghost of Yotei. Wait, it's not already out, is it? It's Ghost of Yotei? Ghost of Yotei. Oh, it's not going to be on Steam, is it? It is. Tinel is always right. I don't know why you're still questioning that. Hi, Tinel. Hello. Good. Hi, Zone. Hello, hello. I'm gonna stop sniffing real quick. Hi, Rev. Hello. Hi, Tinel. Lovely to have a good lurk. A week away. Oh, why'd you pre-order it? Why'd you pre-order it? Come to my desk right now. Why did you pre-order it? It's out next week, but the review embargoed out earlier today, and now is weak. Duke. He could have waited the week. He could have waited until it released. Duke. But it's okay. You live your life. I hope you have a really good time playing Yotei. I hope everyone dies. Well, like people that you want to die, not the people you don't want to die. I hope they don't die. I hope the horses live. That's the benchmark. I hope the horses live. Winning low lads. Okay, I am making a small change to my Expedition 33 playthrough. And it's gonna amaze and surprise some of you perchance, but I was rebuilding my party basically in terms of the Pictos, etc. And I realized that kind of no matter what I do, I am going to be too powerful. I am just too powerful. It's too late. It's already too late. And I am not going to stop collecting Pictos because I like collecting Pictos. And I'm not going to stop doing side content because I really like the side content also. Which means that no matter what I do, I am going to just outlevel everything and become too powerful. We're past it, I think. I think we've passed that point of no return. So instead, my fun is gonna come from becoming so ridiculously powerful I can just demolish everything in 2 seconds. I'm no longer going to do the thing where I restart because I want to solo everything and I try to keep everyone low level because it's a battle I have already lost. I have lost that battle. We are too powerful. It will not change. Hi Mike! Hello, good time zone! Considered pre-ordering Ghost of Yotei only if I was going to get the collector's edition. Comes with the mask and other knickknacks, like physical things? Physical, actual things they send to you? Because I feel like collector's editions you kind of have to pre-order because they have, if they're physicals, they have limited amounts of them, I think. As far as I know. Like eventually they're just out. They're out of collector's editions. Oh, I would like the mask. That would be cool actually. I did become unpaintressable, yes. I'm gonna become unpaintressable. That's gonna be the goal, I think. Because I also really, like I was thinking about it and I really just want to, hi buddy. I want to see the rest of the story. I want to know more. I am curious about things. And I think I'll be able to spend a lot of time in this game anyway. Without me trying to impose weird little challenges on myself. Beyond what I already do, you know what I mean? Anyway, we were literally going to fight a boss. And then we didn't because I was already overtiming. But now we're gonna start with the boss, I guess. I'm guessing we are starting with the boss. Nobody has the marking shots anymore either, which is very upsetting for everyone involved. But I made it different. So my team will be Versomile and Monaco. Although I have also considered putting CL in there for replays for Verso. And actually I might do that anyway. I might do that right now. Yeah, I think I might do that right now. I might do that right now. She's also level 44, so it just makes sense. Because then she can make Verso play twice, and then Verso can do his cool attack at S rank, potentially. Maybe? I don't know. Boss, yes! So it was the mask boss is where we were right now. The weaker version of the Axons. We already killed the really powerful version. But this one seems sadder. This one seems like a sadder story boss. Somehow. Hi Nicolas! Heavy expeditioning? Oh, I will. Bonjour, mes amis. Hi Saver. Hello. Hi Verligo. Have a good lurk.
Monoko, what does that mean? He who guards truth with lies.
Exactly what it sounds like.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
Yes.
Indeed. Apparently the collector's edition is still pre-orderable. If it was a statue of the main character, I 100% would have bought it. I feel like I would want the mask more than anything. I think I have enough statues. But a mask would be cool. Like the actual ghost mask. That'd be neat. Okay, I could have actually gone here, I guess. Oh, I also want to go back to that. I forgot to do that. I want to go back to the other Axon to see if I can talk to that guy, the other boss now. To see if maybe he's free. Oh. I love that narrative constructions. Almost cheesy, but yes, on to two conflicting options is perfect, especially in this case. Especially as if the idea is specifically that it is a two-sided individual. Or like entity in this case. Oh. Oh. Overwhelming emotions.
I think you pissed him off.
It's definitely much more of a horror adjacent boss. I wonder where the other guy is. The manifestation that that entered, like invited us. Mask, mask, mask! Exceedingly Vorlon. Obviously CL has never seen a classic Jim Carrey film, The Mask. She would have put it on otherwise. Don't know nothing about masking, bet you don't. Okay, I did change his weapon because the damage is so high comparatively, so I had to, which means we are blitzing now. I don't think I can hit D first, so we will... Oh, wait, there's a mirror. Should I shoot the mirror first? Huh. Odd. Strange, odd and strange.
Time to bleed.
Time to bleed. I already have done a lot more damage than I probably should be doing right now. This one especially. Does he have 2 health bars, or or what I opened the stream with is actually too far? Wait, no, should I make you... No, I should not make you play extra, I think. I think it's fine. Should I just get... I should probably just get AP for her right now. Or... No, I don't think I have to yet. She's also the only one who does not have a shield. Okay, so we can get a B, maybe? Yes, we can.
Let's go faster.
Yeah, that's not even a crit. Alright. Let's try to get S. Will I even need an S for this? Seems like no. A mask emerges from the mirror.
Incoming.
Oh. Determination mask. Oh! Okay. I didn't think he was gonna interrupt that.
Taste of battle.
That could have been good, but it wasn't. Okay, can I shoot your eye? Yeah, I can shoot your eye. That seemed like a thing I could do. Alright, we can stalakt punches. I don't think I'm going to be able to... Okay, I do want you to have low health, but I think on a boss it might not actually be that possible. Technically speaking, Monaco I did build with having low health in mind, but... I don't know that I will. Let's see, that gets me to... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Okay, that gets me to a replay though. The other one does too. But I would want more AP, I think. Yeah, it's still incredibly worth doing. I think I'm killing this boss without him doing much of anything. He's gonna do one attack. He's gonna do one attack and that's literally it. Which is... I'm so sorry. I think. That's his weakness as well. I could have actually done... Well, I can still. No, I can't anymore now, though.
Let's go faster.
It's just... It's silly how powerful they all are now. Should I be doing Assault Zero more in this case? I think I should.
Here we go. Getting spicy.
Might already be too late here. Hi, Ephemeral, hello! My weakness is Oreos and mean alt women. Specifically, mean alt women? I think you're a higher level than I was at this point in my playthrough. Also, I fought this excellent for the other one. Yeah, like I said at the start of the stream today, I am not going to nerf myself anymore. I think it slows me down too much. I just don't want to do it. It's gonna beat the shit out of him no matter what. I could still do cultist slashes, actually. Well, I could also... I don't get another... Well, no, I could get another turn. I could get another turn if I let CL do that, but I don't think I will. Because CL will be at 9. Oh, we actually have this one! Okay, hold on. Let's just do this one. Why not? Why the fuck not? Okay, we could do the Twilight Dance. It's extreme dark damage, which is his weakness. I think you're just going to die. And it also...
Star touched you.
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's just the mirror. No, you're just fucking dead. That's what I mean. I've done too much side content. I am making my peace with that. I am absolutely making my peace with that. Oh, there he is! I was wondering where he went. Is that a manifestation of him still?
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso.
Yeah, we're literally using verso.
Great art is
Okay.
both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Ah.
We all need masks, but how you use them.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say, okay. It did feel a little bit too easy there, didn't it? The Axons are unbeatable. Invested heavily in speed and auto rush and eventually reached a point where I was taking out most enemies before they had a chance to act. Yeah, my team as well is crit and speed, basically. And nothing else. Extreme dark damage seems like a reasonable weakness to have. Are you sure about that? Oh wait, I can do Blitz right now.
My turn.
That does not give me what I need yet, but it can later. Because this is now an S. He will probably hit me though. Alright, so where are you now? You're gonna move 2, that would be blue. Do I care about blue? Or will I just Chalier combo? I think I might Chalier combo instead. Because it is just an outrageous amount of damage. Purely. Okay, so you're on 7, unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Let's carve a path.
But you will be on 7 then after, so I could still... could give you Defiant Strike at least. Or on B. No, I think we'll just... okay, we'll just shoot you for now and then... see if we can get away with it next time. Surrounded by a defensive aura. Now gain shield for each blow dealt to an expeditioner. That wasn't your turn, though. Okay, now I'm definitely glad I used Twilight Dance there.
Here's your card.
Here's your card. Getting spicy. I love how he gets spicy. He's almost dead anyway. I think they did a great job with these two Exons. Really enjoyed them. I really like their vibe. I love what they put out. Yeah, I don't need the S. The masks of emotions. Nothing happens.
Incoming.
Oh! Oh no, I wanted to do the combo. It actually doesn't seem like too bad of a combo. It is easier to see when someone's dead though. Let me put you back together.
Disaster expedition, eh?
Disaster expedition. It did not help. The shields did not help.
My turn. Let's go faster.
We can't finish it with an S, but it's still cute. What do I want to use? Salt Zero? No. Kind of need something that is not Steel Strike that way. But alright. He's pretty close.
I saw your future.
Yeah. Yeah, it was still... I'm still too powerful. No matter what. It is what it is. Excuse me. Immaculate, 30% increased damage until a hit is received. See, that's what I mean. They just keep giving me more.
We did it.
Are you gonna have a third one? Because that'd be so funny.
No, wait.
We all need masks.
Oh dear, okay. Monaco! Monaco said, I'm already wearing one. Okay, so the other one was Luna's, this one's CL's.
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Huh? Okay, I do not know what she means by that. Interesting. This one very much fought us on it. The other Exxon seemed like she gave us the win, the kill.
You okay? What happened?
Axon down. Let's bring this to the curator.
You can't really see his expression, obviously, but I feel like Monaco's a little bit worried about Verso.
No, it's Verso, wasn't it? Renoir.
Huh. Suspicious, Verso. Suspicious. That was the one line I thought the writing was weak on. Oh, the I am me line. Leave for 3 minutes and you've already smashed the boss. Yeah, I'm too powerful. A second Axon has hit the camp.
Is it you again?
Wait, that's the mother though.
Why?
I feel like the curator saw as well. And they are similar.
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was. Why do I keep seeing things?
Yeah, I figure he actually knows more, but he
Who are
can't
you?
really communicate about it, can he? Maybe write it down. Oh, it's only a weapon for Mael. Huh. Now I'm suspicious of the curator a little bit too. Barrier break required. You can now face the paintress at the monolith. Well, we're obviously not going to do that right now though. Because I don't want to finish that game right now. There's so much I haven't seen. Why can't I fly, for example? You must be pretty powerful. Steel shields removed by hitting enemies. Switch to virtuous stance on breaking any shield. The element is something? Feels time to shine and get a good one-liner. It was kind of lame. Line does not get my CL of approval. She's trying her best though. It looks okay. I think the medallion probably still looks coolest. This one also doesn't have the same naming scheme. Oh wait, we should probably use the... True. Yeah, what about them? What murder? Oh, it does have crit rate at least. Okay. Hi Stig! Thank you for the reason. Welcome back. You don't have to kill your feelings. It's enough to kill hatred within yourself. Well, I have to kill some things. I can't talk to you about anything. True. It really is. Yeah, true. Dude, thank you for the viddies. I didn't realize I already had so many of these. I guess everything should have 15. But I feel like I'm still... Even you can have a higher one. I feel like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like this should be the end of the game. It doesn't feel like it will be, because Face the Paintress seems so... I don't know. I'm not even close to having level 20 weapons. I don't know if that even is important, though. Maybe... Oh, I forgot about the Lumina. I keep forgetting about that. You're a bit for that. Ah! thank you for the biddies. Love when you... You know? Wait, are you higher level than everyone else? Oh, you are. Verso, buddy. Oh, not this one, sorry. If I'm gonna be powerful, I'm gonna be powerful. I'll have too many of these. No such thing as too many, Jinzee. Well, maybe, maybe a little too little. Maybe I shouldn't buff Verso. Maybe Verso's gonna betray me. Imagine if he just straight up betrays you. For some reason that feels like a noise Otter would make. He would, yeah. It's like, ooh, but different. I can talk to people, I forgot. Maybe I should. I almost have 100 Illumina on everyone. Can I give you guys something cool? I don't want to think about that actually right now. I'm already powerful, doesn't matter. Hello!
You seem preoccupied.
I am.
It's nothing. Just nerves. It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you, I imagine.
You calling me old?
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed.
Do I?
You're not nervous?
Of course I am. But we will do everything in our power. And either it will be enough, or it won't.
Wait, what if I... Hold on. Can I sleep with you? If I talk to you right now? If I talk to you right now, can we fuck? Hi, Branson. Hello. I am and have been lurking because I can't get my coworker off the phone. What's she doing with the phone? Nervoso, a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you. CL was right about you.
Oh. Actually, I should thank you. I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
I'm sure she's not just saying that because we slept together, right? Verso approaches Luna, who is working on the Expedition 33 journal.
Working on the 33's journal. You planning to die anytime soon?
Well, you never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Exactly.
You always take such copious notes.
I mean, she is right, though. She has a very good points.
Since I was 4.
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32.
Oh. Oh, yeah. Not true. Also, being able to write at 4 is pretty good, though. Right? Being so indecent on the phone, because you objected to indecency on television.
Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6. And I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
Working with your parents sounds fun. I don't know about that. I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you. I guess that's it. I don't think sounds fun is appropriate here.
I guess that's nice. They got to spend more time with you.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own.
Birth your own research assistant? That doesn't sound quite as romantic. Yes, so today is coming. So is Pidge. Hi, Pidge.
Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
Hate when people get me to talk about myself. Doesn't that feel nice?
Doesn't that feel nice?
I said what I said. Conrad, hello. Child labored for is wild. I was watching Barney. Okay, but you were not gonna die at 32, like on the clock, right? And just pop out a research assistant.
My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
Oh.
You're an artist, then?
Piano. We've been over this.
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh. Mine too.
What do you play?
Guitar?
Everyone's feelings.
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well. You know how to summon an instrument from Pictos, right? Of course you do.
Are we gonna play together? Here's one. Anyway, here's one of all. Maybe we could play together sometime.
Maybe we could play together sometime.
Maybe we can.
Literally. Verso and Luna found a common passion. Luna is intrigued by this facet of Verso, and Verso is excited to play music with a fellow music lover. We did not fuck. How unfortunate. Well, they spend some time discussing their favorite songs and how they learned music. The discussion is passionate and lasts for several hours. Oh, maybe we did fuck. Neither notices the time passing. We didn't learn anything new though. Okay, I guess we can hang out with
It's nothing.
CL
It's
anyway.
been a long
Nothing will
story.
happen.
You, on the other-
I've
You're not
already
nervous?
picked
We
mine.
will do, and
Come in. Hello.
You used to be a farmer. Is that why you use a scythe?
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
Is a double-headed scythe very useful on a farm, though?
Yes.
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest crops.
She means behead person. We've seen that. Give me 18 hours. Oh wait, in the game. Nothing will happen. Cue massive fight scene between the waifus. I'm gonna have to replay the game so I can romance Luna instead. They really do kind of like spring it on you though, I'll be honest. Or they're just like, you want to lock in a romance right now that came out of nowhere?
I used to love the Gardens of Lumia.
Well,
It
romance,
must
I
look quite
guess.
different now.
Probably a lot more variety than back then. The Outdome teams brought back loads of new plants from the surrounding islands. That's actually how I met Pierre.
Ooh.
I asked his team for honey petal samples. He brought me a bouquet of them. And 15 boxes of plant cuttings.
That's cute.
Smart man. If you want to romance a farmer, live plants are probably better than dead flowers.
Dead flowers are nice too.
You don't talk about your husband much. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just... It still hurts that he's gone. Neither of us were perfect. But we were perfect for each other.
Oh, that's sweet though. Anyone who can play a theremin well is passionate.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
he didn't even get gommaged.
I was prepared for his gommage. But not for him to die in an accident.
Yeah, especially in this world, the way things work now, to die in an accident is just rough.
We were supposed to have 5 more years together.
Aww.
It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have. Instead of angry at the time we lost.
She's so even keeled. I can't, man. I would never be.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Not everyone has that.
Yeah, I am. Very lucky.
Oh, we are so lucky to be living in this world today.
Well, I can't compete with that.
Oh,
You're competing in a different event.
fucking.
That's a nice way to say fling. Is there a future where I might compete in the same event?
Am I proposing?
Let's just focus on today. And by today, I mean tonight.
And she is just going for it every night at this point. I feel used, but I like it.
And I feel used, but I like it.
He's into that. CL and Versa's bond grows even deeper. Oh, we are going very deep. Yeah, we are. You have no idea. CL and Verso find a nice spot away from the group. They spend an unusually long time together. This time it was 5 minutes instead of 2. They return to camp. Luna is upset that Verso skipped sentry duty. CL is unable to save Verso from Luna's displeasure. That's okay. Call that post-nut clarity. I can listen. Hello. Didn't get this far in relationships because I didn't do enough optional camp visits. I mean, this one they threw me into. I do go to camp more often than I think maybe most people, just to check. CL's just a girly who asks for what she wants. I mean, if you're gonna die in less than a year anyway, you gotta be straight to the point. You don't have time for like the slow burn romance. She came back for more. Ayo. Versus Doom isn't inspiring anymore. She's used to it now.
Still thinking about what you saw.
I wish Gustav was here.
Don't we all? Oh, Verso! She's allowed to miss her brother. Verso notices Maya looking sad and approaches her carefully.
You okay?
Yeah,
What's wrong?
nothing. Just thinking about Gustav. And Lucien. And everyone.
Oh.
Every time I think I've managed to contain it, A wave comes out of nowhere and drags me away.
How's she leaning like that?
I know.
How do you do it? After all these years,
They say time heals all wounds.
does it?
But I guess death heals all wounds too.
Oh, just die a few times. Don't worry about it. Yeah, her brother/father. Do you find it interesting that to interact with people you have to touch the square hole? Everything fits in a square hole, bitch. I think that's a well-known fact, right? Not criticism per se, but these interactions feel very Mass Effect Andromeda. I kind of feel like I know what you mean, yeah. Claire isn't being too obscure, a little bit. There's definitely a few moments that I think are just so wonderful and pretty. Like, so beautiful. Sorry, not pretty. Pretty's not the good word for it. Very touching, like the piano moment. But the back and forth camp, I think it's more like a levity thing. And you get to know a little bit more about them. But yeah, the conversations are definitely... I think for me, it's mostly the romance part. That came out of nowhere. I didn't really see it. I also feel like if we're gonna do that, just fuck the whole camp, man. Like, at that point, it's polyamory, I think. Well, whatever. I didn't expect to actually be able to romance anybody, so I'll take what I can get.
Bad joke. Sorry.
Why are you covered in blood after being with CL? Oh, I have been covered in blood. It's because I came out of an Axon fight, and I just never washed. And CL said, no, don't wash. I like it like that. So I did.
Death is not necessarily final.
What does that mean?
Gustav lives on in other ways, right? Through your memories, through his influence on your life and everyone else's, through the Lumina converter and his research.
Yeah, that's true, but that's not very comforting when I'm missing
I was
him.
gonna say, those are just nice words.
Try talking to him.
Yeah, she's into it. I mean, it is an existing kink, I'm pretty sure. Blood? Pretty sure it is.
I'm serious. It helps. Or at least, it helps me. I imagine what they would say. How they would react to things. It helps me keep them alive in my mind.
Just become a little bit delusional, I think, is the advice here. How dare you talk about Gustav like that?
I'll try that.
Mael is skeptical about Versa's advice. She's not in the mood to talk, but also does not wish to be alone. Aww. Versa understands. He sits with her in silence. Mael appreciates the silence they share. Aww. Comfortable silence. We love a good comfortable silence. They then head back to the others. How about you, buddy?
You're finally here.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
No. I don't know. I don't know that I want to go break the barrier right now. It just
I'm
feels...
bored.
I don't know.
Let's play cards or throw some dice.
Too final, man.
Nuh-uh. You always cheat.
No, I always win. Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
The other Jestrels never want to play with you either. Are they all weak?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Monaco, probably the strongest Gestrel outside of the Chieftain, who I still have to beat up too.
Poor losers.
Poor losers.
Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel will be even more fun. Get our blood flowing.
Oh, flow some blood indeed. Saving SK for last, always a good choice. SK is either wee or woo. We'll see what he is today. Alright, get ready to lose.
All right. Get ready to lose.
I think right now Verso might have the upper hand. Although, Chalier combo might one-shot me. Oh, we're actually doing a fight? Oh my god. I get 2. Oh, because I guess he doesn't get his buffs? I have shields. He does not have shields. Alright.
Let's go faster.
He does have a lot more health than he otherwise would. Okay, we don't get another one though. Which, fair enough. I could S after. I need high perfection right now. I get more than 3. If I block him, I do. But do I? Will I? I'm also okay losing to Monaco. It's Monaco. I don't know how to block my own combos, it turns out. I have no idea. I think we might lose, Verso, I'm sorry. But it's to your friend, so maybe it's okay. Maybe you don't mind. Do not hurt Monaco, he might beat my ass. It seems like he might beat my ass, to be fair. Can break his stance, but it won't, though.
Let's go faster.
It won't break his stance. How much do I get? 6, I think? So then the 5 AP cost will be gone. Yeah, it definitely will be. Oh yeah, that's already... Okay. I thought I might not. Well, still though, it might. We could try. I don't think it will though. Very high light damage. Let's give it a go. Nope, not a break. A relentless combo. Up, I died. Wait, you have to beat him? No, he can win. He doesn't kill me, I just lose.
Ha! Once again, I am victorious.
Yeah, you walking hairball.
You're very powerful.
Verso, ever gracious in defeat. Rematch.
Oh, really? Okay.
Right?
Okay, I guess they are going to beat. How dare you use my own spell against you? Literally, I gave him way too powerful spells. That's on me.
Let's go faster.
If only I could get an S rank immediately. On that grind, he said rematch. We will rematch.
Here we go.
A dual attack. Alright, well. A mistake, Monaco. You should have turned into an ice beast again. I guess we blitz again. I'm gonna be able to break him soon, though. Let's see, it's 6, right? So 7, so I can go to 2? I can break this man, this poor man. But do I want to, or do I want to try to get an S? I expect nothing less of you, thank you. Actually, if I break him, I think that's not even... Is there even a point? Maybe. Let's do it anyway. Oh, okay, so it's like barely. Oh, this one! Oh. I mostly wanted the AP, but I fucked that up.
Let's carve
I
apart.
fucked it up!
Let's go faster. Ready to strike.
Oh, now it would break him, though. It would break him now. Here. And then I get 3 turns. So I could finish with an S.
Break.
I could be cool about it.
Let's have
No longer stunned, but you are now. Steel strike.
Let's carve apart.
Oh, not a perfect one, but I get to use it. Rain, hello! Resplendent Chroma Catalyst. He just had that. He wasn't gonna give that to the team. He was gonna share that to the team. A Fire Emblem mobile game shadow drop today. Is it good or is it gacha? I like his battle music a lot. It's very chill. Lose 126 times. I'm gonna lose once. You suck. Hey, we're now equal.
You, sir, have been
It's 1-on-1.
You got lucky.
What was it you said? Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said
Yeah,
that.
you're right. You're so smart and intelligent and likable. Cute.
You have grown more formidable than I remembered. Your skills are strong. I respect your win.
He says you're no longer a weak little loser. I respect that.
And I respect your loss. You were right, old friend. That was fun.
3? Oh, then it's gonna probably have gacha.
Come on, let's go get a drink.
Unfortunate.
Parched.
Monoko has Rafiki energy. I also gave him cool braids. Do you like his braids? Monoko and Verso were thrilled to have fought each other once more. Twice more, actually. It's their own special way of displaying affection for each other. Yeah. We're such good friends. Even though I'm only at 4. Somehow. Does that give him a new ability? Yes, this jewel reminded Monoko of some skills he had forgotten. Gradient attack unlocked. Sanctuary. I'm his sanctuary. They share a few drinks, which Monoko can't drink because of his mask. Then head back to the others. Aww, buddy. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Did you know sorry was my first rock?
It's a flying rock. Come on, it's called Sorry.
Really?
Sora!
Francois was super jealous, but he got one from Clair instead.
Maybe I should go talk to Francois.
Wait. Francois has his own set of rocks. Why does he keep stealing yours then?
Because we're buddies. Francois is so fun.
You
Me
you
too.
don't want to hang out with me.
Wait.
You ever just beat the shit out of your friends as a fun activity? You don't? Maybe this stone is just Canadian. Oh, that's actually true. Sorry, I hadn't even thought about that. That's on me. I should have considered that more. Oh, you didn't level! Oh. Maybe I'll give... Okay, yeah. Verso has hella agility. I feel like down the line, there's like not really going to be a point for me to have crits on my gear. Just because of the way that... Oh shit, that... I can add crit through other means, like the Pictos. Is there a maximum level in this game? Can someone tell me? For real asking. Actual real question. I'm curious. 99? That does check out. Oh, I should rest. Sheer will. How does he steal his Roxicon move? He just teleports them there, I think. Write in the journal. Oh yeah, write about the other Axon. She writes about how they can now enter the monolith and they should finally understand everything. The memories of Gustave inspire my Gustave's homage! She hopes Gustave's apprentices will read the journal someday. Aww. What'd you get? Wait, what did you get? I feel like there must be a way for me to see these skills otherwise. Oh no, that is the second one. Or no, wait, is it not? Oh! Oh, it's a different one. Deals high single target lightning damage, 8 hits, increased damage to marked targets. Doesn't remove mark. Oh. Well, I kind of feel like I should have that one equipped no matter what. 8 hits as well. 8 hits is kind of crazy. I moved this one back in. I should have it instead of Sword Ballet, even though I was excited to get that one. I feel like... Actually... I feel like I'm using Last Stance to turn into Virtuos now over anything else. So I don't actually think I even need it, which means I could also put back... Oh, this one. Oh, maybe I should get you a new ability. Potentially. Something you actually want to use. Also, Spokes, hello. Let me say hello, because I'm a monster. Is there anything that I want that is like support, I guess? Reduces AP cost for each attack parried since last turn. Oh, that's kind of good, though. It's only 1 hit. Do I want this one instead? No. I wonder what this is going to be about as well. See, I feel like there's still so much that I haven't gotten. I just feel like there's no way it says the end of the game already. I just don't believe that. But I'm also kind of hesitant to go and break the barrier, because what if it does end the game? Oh! Mute.
We've done it.
We're really going to face the Paintress.
And finally break this cycle.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret from us.
Versa's like, oh shit, she knows.
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they?
Huh?
Well, Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Versa. She promised me sweet
What?
rocks.
Is that wine?
What?
I stored my personal stash inside it. All excellent vintages.
Wow.
I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
You put your wine inside of him. He's your flying wine cellar who barfs wine. Okay, I don't know that I
Stop drinking alone.
don't know that I want to drink that after you barfed it up. Oh my
To your
god.
great generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
Yeah, same.
It comes with age.
No, it doesn't.
Do you have apple juice?
Do you have the prior version to a different type of alcohol? Oh my god. A decanter? No, he's just like splurting it out. Leaving room for further growth in NG+, maybe? Oh, that'd be so mean. That's her again. Oh, we are very close. She's like exactly my L. I wish I spoke French.
My beautiful sister doesn't need this ugly mask.
Aww.
You embrace her, yet you're condemning her to die.
We're having a moment, Renoir.
You brought him here.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist and we will exist for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you.
May everything be decided before their very eyes. Between the bars of their prison.
See, it's the same voice
In the shadow
now.
of the monolith.
Like, they overlap their voices.
Of the monolith.
I don't know. I don't think my theory is entirely wrong. The whole split thing. Maybe it's not exactly that, but I feel like it's something adjacent. Piss off, old man, literally. He doesn't have a stomach or anything as far as you can tell. It's no different than a wine barrel, but it's still, though. He just barfs it up. It's different. Hi, Pizza. Hello. Good time zone.
I drank too much last night.
I can't remember a thing.
Oh, no.
You cleaned me out, mes amis.
You cleaned me out?
You bunch of drunks.
Imagine finally going to defeat the great evil that has been tormenting your generations forever, and you just get super hungover first. Just get super hungover before the day. Doesn't seem correct. Okay. So I feel like... I don't know. Okay. So here's my thing. Here's my thing. This, I haven't been here. I haven't been able to go there. There's a bunch of places, like I've not been here clearly. There's a bunch of places I just have not been able to go because I can't fly. So it feels like this can't be the end. Even though they're like, wow, this is definitely the end. It feels like it can't be. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm nervous about that. I don't want to finish the game yet because there's like stuff I want to see. I want to be able to, like, I can't even dive yet. So it feels like it can't be the end. I'm gonna go see if I can talk to that guy. Not little guy. He's a very big guy actually. Hopefully I won't be too ill for the coming days because there's stuff I want to do. I'm sorry you're sick in the first place. People do be getting sick again. Miles is sober young and being all smug to the hungover adults. I can neither ice nor ice. It's Ice's birthday today, did you know? It is. No, I want to float. It's all empty here now. Why did I think there was a flag here already? Do we still hear singing regardless? I don't think so. Thinking it's a fake end? Yeah, it's what it seems like. Just because there's still so much I can't access. There's like whole exploration linked abilities that I don't have. That's why I feel like it can't be the end. Bronchitis strikes once more at a temperature change. If only we just had climate controlled weather the whole time. Knew someone on my university fencing team who insisted he fenced better with a hangover, but I'm pretty sure it just gave him an extra incentive to parry head cuts. Honestly, it's a good incentive. As good an incentive as any. Yeah, so the song is gone. That makes the place sound sadder somehow. Sewing atelier? That's probably where. It's not the same without the huge dancing lady, I know. Was it here? Yeah. Well, he's still suing, though. Do you want to talk to me now? Considering? Or not really. The Neverland does not seem hostile. It seems tirelessly engrossed in its work. Attack it anyway. I feel like if it wasn't engrossed in its work, it would attack me. I don't know if this is an actual, like... It's not like the other ones, the colorless ones, where they have a problem that I have to solve. I feel like this is a different type of thing. I kind of want to attack it. Also because it just keeps going. I don't know. Still sore from archery as well, so hopefully the club match won't be too torturous. Oh no. Gone shooting on a range with a hangover. Best groupings I've ever received. Oh, I can't go past him. Does not seem hostile. Attack it anyway. See, it seems like attack it anyway is like a different... It feels different than the masks. Like the masks didn't ask me. I think I'm gonna attack it. Do I feel weird about... I feel weird about that. I haven't been attacking any of the neutral ones. But this one doesn't talk to me. I feel like if it noticed me, it would attack. That's just a... Remember playing KSD2? Yeah, Henry must go on. He has to go to the bathhouse. I'm gonna attack him. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. Why do I feel bad about it? No, I'm gonna do it. No, I'm gonna do it. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm doing it. I don't know if this is a good decision or not. But we're doing it.
My turn.
Probably not that strong, right? Oh, you don't get another turn. Jinzee being hesitant about murder. Well, I haven't been killing. I know you have the ones that do not attack me. But this guy just feels like, okay, he is and he isn't. Like, he's not colorless. I have not been attacking the colorless ones because they are all like, I feel like story related, not entirely, but like a little bit. They feel story related. So I didn't want to attack them. But this, I don't know, this one feels a little different. What if he has good gear? Oh, okay, I have like not killed people even though they might have had good gear. That has not stopped me. Even though I am wondering about it. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. Just employed and doing his job? No, because like his employer is literally dead. I killed her. That's why I thought maybe that it would want to talk to me after I killed the dancer. Curse is the expedition. No, don't do that. With black goo? Oh. I'm not sure if that was parryable. Okay, we have had the curse thing applied before. Just not. Oh, 8. Okay, wait, that's longer than the other one that we had. Maybe it's okay.
Let's go faster.
Let's go faster.
You're outmatched.
Do I want to make you replay? No, you won't be at an S yet. Let's assault 0 then. Or no, let's not assault 0. I think this would still get me more points. Gun still gets me more points overall. Yeah, it does. We will cult his blood though. Always cult his blood. Get him his rush.
Ready?
Okay, so you can have yours and you can have your stuff back.
I saw your future.
Yeah.
Ready to strike.
And then maybe we can do S the turn after. Will we have time for that? I think so.
Let's go faster.
Now it might be worth it. Because it's on 3. What about the people he murdered? What murder? Crazy, welcome back for 6 months in advance. Thank you so much. Thank you for using the September bonus. I appreciate that. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much. And bronchitis once, it really sucks. Thankfully, it was right after the Switch release, and I had Breath of the Wild to keep me company. This is workplace abuse? No, because I'm not the boss. That is an immediate delete. Love that for us. Screwy lungs, yeah. Hi, Gracie! Hello! Yeah, I might use Assault 0. Just this once. As long as he has an S. Well, he needs an S after. I don't think he'll get S, though, regardless. Okay, there's no turn in between that, so it would have to be S before that. I don't think he would get S. So we will Assault 0.
Here we go.
That's still not an S. Weave some glissandos. Okay. Oh, you look like you have horns, this glissando. Got him. Monica won't die. He's too powerful.
Getting
Getting spicy. Oh, I don't have enough for Chalier, but I will after. I attack once, I will have enough. I will take that, because I think that will just kill him. And if not... Okay, yeah, we still have Twilight. So I can apply this one regardless. We still have Twilight.
Let's carve a path.
You can become S. So that would be after. Okay, but I'm probably just gonna kill him.
Let's go faster.
I don't think the S rank is necessary. We'll go to 2 and keep it though. Just in case. Oh no, that's still not enough? By 1? Maybe with a counter. Maybe it'll count. Ha ha.
I'd love a dance.
Oh, it's a jump! Wait, am I not jumping? Oh, I literally could not even see myself. Okay, the other team kills it. That's alright. They barely get to do anything in their defense. I straight up could not even see my characters jump. Alright, you don't have shields. We will last hands though.
Lost chance.
Lost chance. Now we have 5. Okay, can I see it this time? Yes. Okay, I didn't even need to do anything. Because I'm gonna assume that's because of Virtuo's stance for the most part. Ilyena, hello! Counter, I barely know her. Oh, we actually did get another Mael weapon too. Immune to charm. Anti-charm, immune to charm. That, I feel, is a picto you want to use on the boss that I already killed if you do not know how to counter the charm. If you don't know how to parry the charm. You could use it and be like, be done with it, basically. It kind of feels like this is specifically for for the boss that I already killed.
Good job. No other expedition managed that.
Really? How? I
No
already
other expedition had a Lumina converter.
already killed the other one.
Yet this victory feels hollow.
See, again, she said this about the masks. That's why I'm so... That's why I feel weird about it. She said that about the mask well, like this feels wrong. Like the killing of the side bosses. If I play this game again, which I will be playing this game again on my own at some point, I'm gonna not kill them and see if anything happens. In defensive stance, double break damage. Gain 9 AP on breaking an enemy. It does have high damage. Because it has a B agility. It would have higher damage if I upgraded it, but I don't think I will. Does it look cool? Oh, it's a sewing needle. That's kind of cute. Can I walk past it now? Is there anything here? Huh. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, we got a little bit more text, at least. Man, I really thought that maybe it was gonna talk to me. I guess it doesn't want to. Was it in here? Oh, we did level, did we? Oh, Verso is still higher than everyone else. Why is CL this far behind? It feels wrong. Gotta level poor CL. Oh, wait, no, I wanted to leave, didn't I? Go back to the continent. Also this, because it's a notification and I can't be seeing notifications there. Alright. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna break the barrier. I am just going to assume that the game won't actually end yet. I'm gonna assume that there is more to the game. Just on account of everything. Just on account of everything. If the game does end here, I'm going to be very sad.
We can finally reach the paintress.
I know.
Let's make sure we're well prepared beforehand. We still have a little bit of time.
Yeah, I same. But now I'm more worried when you say it like that. Now I'm more worried. Oh, I'm more worried, dude. Well, hello. Good time zone. I have a question. I have a question. It's a real question, chat. I want to know. Did I just miss the ability to fly or dive? Like, am I supposed to go? Is it like side content that I missed? That will teach me or like give me those rocks? No? Okay. Then I feel like it has to be more. Okay. Then we're gonna break it. Then we're breaking it. Hello, Uranus. Hello. Oh, we mute. Hi, Saltwater. And also hello, Wall. I feel like I already said hello. You get another one, just in case. Wait, why are you using it? It's Mael's weapon.
Mael. You should do the honors.
It is literally her weapons. She definitely should. But the paintress just looks sad. Like there's going to be more to this than her being an evil monster. I don't actually think she's evil. I think she's just as upset about what's happening as we are. She's just sitting there. She's not even reacting to us doing that. You think she would? Oh. Wait, was I not able to go here before? No, I was. I've been here. Have I bought everything from you? I have. Okay. Ta-ta! Oh. And Eski is coming with us! Okay, you better give me some answers at least. Luna Woodbook for science, that's true. That's true. There's also just nothing here. Just her gigantic feet. Just absolutely enormous feet. The monolith. Okay. She wouldn't do it with Verso. It's true. Oh, we mute again.
We can do this. For Gustav.
For all of them.
I still don't know what this man's deal is. I feel like it's moving towards like a remaking of the world. Like a full reset. I don't know what that means, buddy. Oh, that is 00. Expedition 0. That's their flag. Huh. It felt like we were closer earlier. There's a lot of candles here. So it reminds you of Tuzanarkand a little bit. Because it's also sad. Steal as he can get it! Okay, you're right. But I mean, like, in the story, what is his deal, you know? His deal besides looking hot, yes. That one we figured out. What's the deal with Ver? So, especially after the mask situation, you know? There's also nothing here. It's just a long path of candles. I'm looking for loot, but I don't think there is any. I think it's just a long path. Unless that's what they want me to think. I don't think it is what they want me to think. How are we fighting this?
Sors et fuis, je t'en prie. Fuis ce tableau maudit, cette toile d'une fausse vie. Portrait rêvé en parfait.
She's not gonna fight back, is she? She's just gonna sit there. How much do you want to bet? She's just gonna sit there. Wait, where am I even shooting? Nullified?
My, what lovely feet.
Wait, but there's no point then.
Cut him down.
Is she gonna do something? The paintress doesn't seem to react. Should I have had Mael in my team with the breaking weapon? Because I can't switch party members.
Full deck.
My, what lovely feet.
The paintress doesn't seem to react.
Cut him
Huh?
down.
Oh, thank you, Uranus. I appreciate that. Hi, Graves. Hello. Fuck the paintress. See, I've come around from fuck the paintress.
Let's have some fun.
My cup is full.
Full deck.
Let's have some fun.
He doesn't even get points for it. Such lovely feet. Truly. I was gonna say, there's no way.
Our attacks do nothing.
Literally, they don't.
Understand. The gradient attack should work.
Well, we're not using those. She's also not attacking back, though, so...
Wait, Mael.
I don't think this is...
The paintress? You don't think this is the paintress? She is the one who comes up, though.
No, no.
Wait, he's also here. Is she the paintress? I thought, okay, maybe I misremember this. Isn't there like a heart of the paintress as well? What the fuck? Is this in their brain? I feel like this is a mind thing. This is not really happening. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way. Because is that what happened to them?
Everybody okay?
Follow her. Quickly.
What?
This might be our only chance.
Oh, that seems dangerous, but okay.
Okay.
Maybe pick up my owl before the portal closes. Are you coming too? You seem like maybe you're not? You are, right? Don't be a traitor, I swear to God. You cannot be a traitor. That would upset me so much right now. Okay. Are we going into the house again? That is where they live. No. Inside the monolith! Inside the monolith? Oh. Oh, maybe that's where Expedition Zero lives. Sorority attack! Honor, hello! Okay, so
We are inside the monolith? What was that thing? Why did it help us inside?
It's a trap. It feels like a
You were
trap.
right.
Verso!
Up there. She's the paintress. She's up there.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I can sense the real paintress.
Nah.
Her heart is above
Okay.
us somewhere.
I guess we head up then.
Yeah, see, because they talked to me about having to destroy the heart first, and then I was like, no, but I don't think we ever did that. Unless they were implying that the paintress was the heart, which is not, obviously not how it works. Wait, that's here. That's... Huh. Huh. But that is the that is on the outside map, so it should not be here. Right? Why does it even do that? I don't even know why it does that. Hi, Loneliest. Hello. Oh wait, did it not unmute the thing? Oh, sorry. It did not. Okay, now it did. Sorry, Loneliest. I had my things muted and it didn't unmute one of them. I'm so sorry. It also does remind me of the actual, that world with the painting, the one that you enter that actually is like the painted world, basically. It does seem a lot like that, too. Well, it is technically a secret tunnel. Technically speaking, it is a secret tunnel. Oh, and it does still have Nevrons. Wait, but this is really nice. Is this where we... Wait, is this not... Okay, am I crazy? I'm not. I'm not crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. This feels like where we started the game. Or, well, not started the game, but this feels like where Gustav landed. Initially, after the attack? Feels like this is where we landed. Oh, you do attack. Okay. I didn't know if you were going to be nice. Hello, I hope your day is going well. I am confused today. Today is a day of confusion. You all have weak points, don't you? Yeah, you do. What is that? What is that? What is... Oh, now I can't double attack. Oops. That's okay. That's okay. Because he can. And I can even... No, I will Chevalier combo. Yes, I will. On you, just because it looks cool. Yeah, he was not gonna live, was he? Oh, I could have actually just, like, done an AoE, I just realized. It wouldn't even have mattered. Oh, that is actually also your weakness. Nice. Is it yours? It can be. I don't know why we're trying so hard there. Woke up late but not too brain foggy, so we'll call it good. We take those. We take those. Today seems like good vibes so far. Good. That's what it means. It means he still has a foot to gain. Oh, okay. That's actually very useful. Deals low single target ice damage, 1 hit. Slows the target for 3 turns. Okay, I will not be using that, but thank you for the foot though. Color of Lumina. So they're also still giving me stuff. It really does. Okay, yeah, this seems like where Gustav started. If it goes the same way. You making pizza? Enjoy, delicious. Does this seem different? What is that? That's an actual paintress. She's painting. I can't go to... Oh, she disappeared. But it is a paintress. She is literally painting. Is she painting our world? Is she painting our existence?
Vaso,
Maybe...
what was that?
I don't know.
Fire. Again.
What if the world already ended? The world has already ended, and the only reason that the world is still around is because the paintress is desperately trying to paint it back together. That could be a thing too, actually. Like when the Sundering happened, it was actually just the end of the world. Kind of love when the colors are already saturated. It feels very calm. Game is such art, isn't it? I haven't seen that before. It looked nice and felt calmer. Wait, really? The scene just now? You haven't seen it before? Interesting. I don't know what I did different then. Otter, the thing that you are making a video about for this game, has that already happened? Or does it still need to happen? Well, actually, I think maybe you...
Let's carve a path.
Okay, yeah. Let's make sure that CL can use, or somebody at least can use her dead energy. Which should be fine. And then this one makes more sense for you. Okay, and you can just shoot everyone to death now. That is your weakness, but... still doesn't do that much. They are all weak to ice. Interesting. Must be because it's his birthday. Otter makes videos? Nope, it hasn't happened yet? Okay. Otter does make videos. You should go check them out. And if you have YouTube on your phone, you should actually check it out on your phone and then press the hide button that is underneath the video so that people will see his video more. Okay, wait, hold on. I do want to learn anti-charm, even though I don't need it. Oh wait, you're not in my party right now. I can remove your crits. I guess we will. Just for the sake of it. Oh wait, we got... whose weapon was that? Was that Verso? It was Verso, right? Yeah, Lanceram got upgraded. Not better though. Rank can be lowered in C. Base attack gives 4 perfection. Wait, okay, I kind of like that better, I think. I also like better how it looks. Parrying gives 2 perfection instead of 1. Oh, it's the parrying that gives perfection. Okay, I knew that, of course. It's a little lower damage, but it doesn't have an element, which I think is good, actually. And it just looks nicer. It looks nicer. I think that's a good reason, too. These are the videos he doesn't make? Wait. Been working and I love school? Might have missed it before. Oh, wait, like when you played it yourself? Making a video at some point about the very last moment in the game. Oh, okay. Played this game quickly for 2 reasons. So Jinzee could play it whenever. And 2, so I could talk to my brother about it. That's a good reason, honestly. Jackie had a conversation about this on her stream before. Like a little while back as well. About wanting to... like the trying to balance not streaming a game too early because people are avoiding spoilers. But also really wanting to play the new big game early so that you can like take part in the conversation while it is actively in the zeitgeist. And I honestly do kind of feel that. I do kind of feel that. Because when you have to wait to play a game so that like everyone else can enjoy it on their own, it does kind of put you outside of the community feeling of a cool game release. Played this game because I heard good things and I couldn't put it down for a week. I still don't have a hide button? Yeah, it's like an experiment. I installed YouTube again on my phone and I don't have it either. Septic has it. I know Septic has it because he mentioned it this morning. And then he told me to make another video and I'm working on it, I swear to God. Hi, button shows when you scroll right on the comments area, depending on YouTube wishes. Yeah, it's also weird where they put it. Put that in text-to-speech if you had it? Wait, which part? Which part? I feel that too, right? It's like, oh, I want to be a part of this too. My brother actually had finished the game and was like, okay, hurry and play so we can talk. My BFF loves to start a thing and then tell me to read, watch, play it so we can talk and then finish it. And she has put it down and forgotten? Oh god, yeah. I have that with games in general. I restarted Persona, well, I started Persona 5 Royal, and then I got to a point and I just got too busy working. And because of that, I didn't pick it back up again at all because I just didn't have the time. And then it's just in the back of my brain the whole time. Oh, long comment. I would consider writing something comparing this game take on certain themes versus how another game handles similar ones. Maiden, if you want to make a video about this game, I would say just do it. I love hearing people's thoughts about games I love. And then she's like, we can't talk, no spoilers. Oh, but she's the reason I started it. Oh no. Well, I'm sure she'll finish it eventually. Who knows when that is. Hello, little guys. Do you have feet? Do you have little feet? I will be making a video about this game, most likely as well. Just generally because I have a lot of feelings about it, like very general feelings. Just one of those games, you know? Okay, yeah, you are flyers. I had to double check. Well, that's okay though. Oh, okay, well we got a hit off. Thank you for dying. Thank you for dying again. People talking to other people who were playing this game on launch was each person trying to figure out how much the other knows to judge how much they can actually say when talking about the game. Yeah, that's also partially why I let go of the perfectionist playthrough, because I was really trying to I guess maintain the challenge, because I'm playing on expert mode, but it does not feel like expert mode anymore. The game does not feel difficult anymore, and it's just because I've done all this side content, so I'm just very strong. But I was trying to force it. I was trying to force the game to be difficult, remain difficult. And I'm letting go of that now because I want to know more. Starship Troopers, would you like to know more? Yes, I would. Yes, I would like to know more. Wait, do you just go around? Oh, it feels like you do. Hold on. Hold on. Did I skip stuff here? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, because that's the flag. So now we're just going for how ridiculously powerful can I get? How dumb strong can I get? No one knew how far I was? Amount of people who were like, wait, have you seen that one thing? Yeah, whenever I try to gauge things, I'm like trying to be very vague, where only if you have seen that part of the game that I'm talking about, you would know what I mean. But it's still hard. It's like that one clip from Friends where they're going, I might know something. Do you know something? Yeah. Oh yeah, and you're both talking about a different vague thing. The worst. But also kind of fun somehow. Playing gameplay 1 is kind of like a secret club. Yeah, that's what I think is so fun. Okay, we have 3, so we will shoot you. Just for these? Wait, that was not... Hold up. There you go. That's better. I love that I'm just like, for him, he's just always on low health no matter what.
My turn.
Maybe I should get more AoEs anyway. Okay, I did not give you that energy. Good to know! Good to know. I wasn't sure. I did not remember. You, though, definitely have that energy. His movements when he just like multi-shoots. Like I really missed something not clicking the same way everyone else did with this game. Well, it's also not for everyone, right? Stories will connect differently for everyone. I know I said that before, but whenever somebody feels bad for not really vibing with the game the way that everyone else vibes with the game, it's a feelings thing. It is really a feelings thing. And not that like, oh, you don't have any feelings. You're such a bad person for not thinking this is the best game ever. There are games I love to death that other people have told me they just do not care for in the least. They're just like, I don't know why you like this. But for me, there's just something very special about it. This one has very bossy music. Yeah, you have leg! I'm gonna eat your legs. Like, I have that with Drakengard. There's a lot of people who, and Shadow Hearts as well. I know there's like a small subset of people who love it the way I do, but I also know that there's a good number of people who are like, why do you like this? Which is totally fine. Hi, Jeff. Hello. Hello, hello. Silksong was very that way. I have not been able to play Silksong since I played it that day on stream and a little bit after. I have not had the time either. I feel like I just need... I'm kind of stuck on my video, my Final Fantasy 12 video. I'm kind of like trying to make my words make sense, and they're not at the minute. And it's making it really hard for me to finish the script in a way that I am happy with. And it's just... I have so many other things that I also want to write about, but I'm just stuck. I'm just stuck on it. Oh, you are flyers. Wait, really? Oh, I guess you are. Interesting. I didn't cry with Gustav, but I cried with Noko. I didn't cry with Noko, yeah. My take on the game made so many people go, you don't have feelings, and I'm just like, I love the story, but sorry, I have a different opinion. What, like on this game? I admit that I like getting to choose which experience I share with people and which ones I keep to myself. Yeah, it makes sense. What are you playing after E33? We're gonna do a little bit of indie. We're gonna do some indie games. I'm gonna take a little bit of break of the longer, bigger games. This game? Well, we've had people like Ice, for example, and then Maiden as well, have just had... Well, I don't want to say like no emotion at all about the story. I'm sure you had like something I was like, oh, huh, that sucks. But for me, like I was in shambles after Gustav, after the start of the game. I cried a lot in this game already. But I also am so fully aware that I am a deeply, deeply emotional person. Like, I was playing Coral Island at some point, and there was like a character who had a story arc. It's fucking Coral Island, and I started choking up because the storyline resonated with me, and like, I cry easily. So to compare it to me, it was like, oh, I didn't weep like Jinzee did. No, Jinzee just cries. That is what she does. Jinzee was too busy reading the word Akimbo over and over. Only 3. That first chapter had 2 of them. And then there was only 1 more Akimbo. The book is shorter. There were only 3. I'm very proud of him. Also know that it can be a luxury not everyone else has. The sharing part. This is a particularly epic song for the trash mobs, yeah. Silksong is an indie game. No, but Silksong is... I was trying to keep that for myself. I just haven't had time. It's also the reason why streaming kind of allows me to play games that I've been wanting to play. The notion that you didn't cry so you're a monster. Yeah, the fact that, is also that people process their emotions differently. There are a lot of people who, when they are deeply, deeply devastated, instead of crying or being loud anyway, they become very quiet. Where they kind of like internalize all of it, and then they just become like a silent individual entirely. And that's how you know that they are devastated. Or some people get really, really angry when they're sad, because that's just like the way you process emotions is, I don't know if this is like a hot take emotion-wise, is very personal. And there is no wrong way to process it as long as you're not hurting other people, obviously. I'm also an emotional person, Branson. Let's fucking weep together. Me? Only 3, yeah. Just these spoilers. The book isn't even out. I'm sorry. I finished it yesterday. I finished it in one go. I have a lot of notes. Remember during Nier, someone was like, why aren't you crying? Did this seriously? Oh my god, yeah, Otter, I remember. Although I am making a little Ko-fi video about the book. That one will have spoilers, unfortunately. Getting 3 Akimbos, 1 more and we'll get the silver sword. That's trash mobs. I'm wailing on the inside, yes. I do not perform emotions for random shadows. I also think it's weird though, because I feel like a lot of the times, this goes for YouTubers too, but streamers especially, streamers will be, people will say that they are pretending, like they're overreacting. I never overreact on stream because I do not have the capability to do so. I am a very expressive person. My facial expressions are always, they come across as exaggerated because that's just how I talk. That's just how I am. That's what I do. But I have definitely had people tell me that I was like playing it up or something. It's like, no, this is just who I am. And then the opposite of that is that then people do what they do to Otter, which is, oh, why aren't you sad about this? Like, okay, do you want people to perform for you? Do you want people to be fake? Or do you want to hear their genuine thoughts and experience their genuine emotions and reactions to the game? Like, which do you want? And I choose to be authentic because I feel like that's what people also watch me for. They know the kind of person I am. Then that's the kind of person, the personality type they watch for. Kobe video, yes. I cry about everything. Rain, Branson, we will weep. Not Midsummer style, but a little bit. Sometimes cry at pieces of media when I realize that it was the culmination of someone's life work. I get overwhelmed, know that someone else got to fulfill their dream. Yeah, the feeling of being overwhelmed by good things too, that can also come out as tears, right? Like happy tears. Wish I could weep with you. I will hold you. It's okay. A line at the end of a game I was playing yesterday made me cry. The line itself wasn't sad, but it made me think about something that broke me. Yeah, exactly. Like it's however it resonates with you, right? Never even tear up when I play through games, but for some reason I get very emotional watching other people experiencing the hard-hitting moments. I get that, Whiskey. I have that sometimes too. I think it's because when I'm playing, like my emotions are still different, especially when it's mid-combat or just mid-gameplay in general. I have that too. I get it. I mean, I was skeptical about some of the clip compilations and I hung around more and I realized, yeah, that's glad I stuck around to make sure. See, but that's what I mean, right? I am an exaggerated individual. That's just my personality. Perform for me? Not like that. I don't play shit up. I'm just loud. Also, like, you can't make me feel things I don't feel or react how you want. Yeah, and I have also had moments where something that other people thought was ostensibly extremely sad and extremely destroyed them inside. I've had that in games, and for one reason or the other, maybe I was distracted by chat, or maybe I was like a funny alert or whatever, my cat was around, it doesn't matter. I didn't have any kind of emotions about it. And people would also get upset about that. Why do I not respond the way that they do? Because what people like is to be seen. Right? If they have a certain emotion, they want to see that reflected in somebody else to maybe validate themselves a little bit. But you do not need people to validate your emotions. However you feel, that's how you feel. There's no right or wrong about that. Either cry like a baby or shut down. I will hug you too, Tyndall. I did like watching your reaction to Gustav, despite my personal experience with it leaving me like it was pointless emotional manipulation. I was also just devastated because I really did not consider that they would do that. Gustav is on the cover. Gustav was the main character. And then they killed him. And it was just out of nowhere. And I was just baffled. Mirror neurons and that kind of thing also? Yes. Empathy, true. I cried twice during 10 and people still were like, why are you not invested? Yeah. Well, the thing is, Otter, you did not cry at the ending of 10, really? Like, the moments that had me in shambles did not have you in shambles. But I still enjoyed experiencing it with you either way, again, you know, because it's just it's for the story itself for me is an experience that I enjoy experiencing again. And I can't really do it on my own. I can do it through other people. But I also like hearing other people's thoughts about why you feel these things. And, you know, they have the ha 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 scene in 10 as well, where when you see the ha 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 scene for the first time, and you don't have any kind of other information, you haven't finished the game or whatever, you're like, oh, that's so silly, that's so dumb, and you think it's so stupid, and all the memes and everything. And I also meme about 10, but I still have emotions about that about that scene, you know? I think the fun part of watching streams is specifically the difference. For me, it is specifically so that I can see someone else experience it, maybe differently from me. right? Maybe I will get a different perspective. It's also why I love video essays, and it's why I love making video essays, because sometimes I will write an essay, and this happened when I made the 10 and 10-2 video. People say, I hadn't even thought about it that way. I hadn't even seen that. When I made the Majora's Mask video, I had theories where people were like, I had never even thought about that. And that is what I like. I like that. Then I can connect to people having different experiences and then sharing that, and I think that's so fun. Anyway, all this to say, I don't understand people who are upset that everyone doesn't experience things the same way. I think the world would be really boring if they did. Oh my god, now there's a cat in my how? No, it's probably a lash, let's be real. I know better to critique people's emotional responses. Mass Effect was thoroughly spoiled for me before I played the OG trilogy, and I still cried by the end. Actually cried. I love Mass Effect. I love Mass Effect so much. I also still cry about Mass Effect all the time. Also, I have the skill of compartmentalizing if I absolutely need to, because if not, I would not be able to do my job. Yeah, actual. No, I fully get that. I'm not gonna lie, Noko hit pretty hard. Like, what the fuck, man? Why the innocent kids? I think Noko, maybe there was too much distance between it, but I wasn't really connected to Noko very much, so I didn't have much of a reaction to that one. Piggyback on Whiskey's point, seeing other people experiencing emotions can help you experience those emotions as well. Same reason why sitcoms add a laugh track. It's easier to laugh when other people are laughing, and it's easier to cry when other people around you are crying. Yeah, and well, what Maiden said before as well, where we had a discussion after, like there was the scene and there was no reaction there, but then we had a conversation afterwards, and that made Maiden feel something. So I feel like in general, maybe processing things together is also helpful. Moment at the end of Final Fantasy makes my heart catch every single time. Taff whistle. The whistle. I literally, I'm fucking feeling tears now thinking about it, literally. I'm not even kidding. Laugh makes me choke up now. Because when you know, you know. Don't watch certain Final Fantasy X scenes. That game ruins me, Stick. I'm laughing these sad. I feel like they did not, because Mael was starting to feel like the main character, which feels like a bait and switch, and this sort of starts to feel like maybe Verso's the actual main character. Game's a little all over the place for me. I think now Mael is the main plot. I don't know that main character is... I think it's a split thing now between Verso and Mael because they're so connected. I hate when people treat you like you're weird when you don't express the right emotions. Like, make me feel defective because I don't act like you will only pick me up. Yeah, and it makes people mask, right? It makes people mask. Because, like, I have to perform this emotion, otherwise I will be ousted from the group or something. Like, you're giving us a hype-up speech with this music, right? This song is definitely making this tangent sound epic. You're welcome. Like your brain thoughts? Thank you. Let's go save the world, team! No, we like long tangents. It's what happens. Get in here, fam! Even your thoughts about the 10-2 extra content, the Tower Game sequel thingy? It's like there's feels there because, oh wow, in some ways I relate to Yuna and Riku, even though I agree Riku is a dick. Yeah, they know exactly. And I'm still kind of sad they put that in such a, like a side thing for people to maybe never find. Act is named Verso, so I think Verso is made to be the main character of this act. Yeah, we're just switching act number, I guess, or names. Was it Gustav the first time? Did not perform correctly, and here I am on stream being like, wow, I've never heard that before. Like, I've learned to not really care about that. Yeah, no, and I think that's also something that I guess is a good thing about having a job like this, where you get to have these conversations, and then you also attract people who will respect that if you are vocal enough about it. I think the people who do expect you to behave a certain way and expect you to walk a certain line, they would not be in my stream, right? I think I've said this many times before. I am an acquired taste, and I'm opinionated, I'm loud, and I will tell you when I don't like you. And there's the majority of people who watch Twitch do not want that. That's not what they want out of a stream. What they want out of a stream is somebody who they can reflect themselves back on, who they can think about as being like them, thinking like them. Whereas we often have these conversations where I'm like, I gotta challenge your notions real quick. And not everyone wants to deal with that, which I fully get. But I also feel like it makes my community one where I can have these conversations and make it feel interesting And I get to take something away from that. I get to grow from that as well. Because I am not an oracle. I'm not all-knowing. I make lots of mistakes all of the time. And sometimes chat has to check me on this. Sometimes chat says, wait a minute, girl, that's not the case though, hold up. And then I get to learn something new. And I think that's good and that's fun. And it makes streaming feel like it is, at least to some degree, challenging every time I stream. The reason that I was dead to the world whenever I did the very general, like I used to work in a clothing store, I used to work in a pizza place where I was doing the same monotonous tasks over and over. I feel like the reason that Twitch streaming feels so good for me socially is because it is always different. It's always something interesting to me. And I always come away, like, at the very least with new thoughts. Talking chair again, I guess. I do the numb and unresponsive thing in the moment, but then later on when I hear the music from that scene, the tears start to come. Yeah, maybe you like need a minute to process it within yourself first before you like level yourself. Of course, you know, once you just rest and vibe, and has to completely rearrange her identity profile and say the world twice. Hi Marcus, hello. Eliana, thank you. Also, I have ADHD and want to make sure what I do matters. So feel the Riku style pressure to do. Yeah, to always be active. Progression. Purity testers eventually go away. Absolutely. What I get from Twitch is seeing the world through someone else's eyes, and that's amazing. Yeah. No, exactly. Finding and you know, we also find people who do vibe with us specifically, right? The safer communities to be around in. Like recently, we had a very good conversation about this, about the AAI, and when I brought it up to other streamers, where I was like, hey, I have a problem with this particular program. And I cannot be around you if you are going to use this particular program because of the AI that is inherent within it. I was really nervous about saying that because I thought, okay, well, a number of people are just going to cut me off at this point because they don't want to lose the money that is involved in that. But maybe a little bit to my surprise, maybe that's on me, honestly, for me to be surprised by this. But everyone was very receptive and said, you know what? Yeah, that is valid. And we're going to make changes about that. You make a good point. And then number of streamers who were using this program just straight up removed it. And it feels nice to be able to have these open conversations. I think the reason that I don't like to engage in these very big, very non-communicative communities where it's just a spamming chat of, you know, emotes or memes or whatever. The reason I do not like engaging in them is because I can't have conversations like this. It's because the prevalent action there is just memeing, and there's a time and a place for that. Absolutely there is. I'm a thinker. My brain is full of worms all of the time. They go 50 miles an hour and sometimes they crash into each other. And the sounding board that I get from other streamers and from my chat is so helpful sometimes. And to also know that I have then surrounded myself with people who are also thoughtful, caring individuals, it means a lot to me. It really, really does. Not in doubt. You're just out here truly. Hi, Jopal. Sorry, the music is very overbearing right now. I have to go do a job. Actually, I'm so sorry to hear that. Some ways I have to go be Yuna and save the world in my own little way, but I'm tired. Oh, just like Yuna. Gonna have a boyfriend and go chill on the beach and have him try to teach me to whistle. Was it Patreon? It was not Patreon, no. No, it was Tanja. Tanja is like bad, just generally. It's so nice to see. It was. I was just happy because I posted that and it was kind of a block of text, and I was nervous. I was like a little bit shaky because I was like, okay, I have to do this for my own self, but I also felt like people are about to yell at me. Like I was kind of like, ugh, people are going to yell at me for this, but I'm just gonna have to deal with it. But that didn't happen. Nobody yelled at me. People were really nice about it. It's exactly why I like hanging out in smaller art streams rather than huge game streamers with thousands of people. Even if I do like the streamer, you just can't talk to anyone. Yeah, exactly. Like when I watch a stream, I want to be personally involved. Otherwise, I will just watch a YouTube video. Like if I'm talking, I want the streamer to be talking back. I'm late, but I'm hyped for Hades 2 release today. Wait, that's today? Oh man, I want to play Hades 2 so bad as well. I'm genuinely shocked there was no pushback, which was awesome. Yeah, No, no, exactly. I thought there would at least be maybe a little bit of like, oh, but like maybe a little bit of a back and forth about it to some degree, but like none of that happened. Yeah, it was good. I was happy. It made me feel good that I did not misjudge people in terms of like who I'm friends with, who I consider my stream friends. Setting reasonable boundaries can be nerve-wracking, but it's well worth doing. It is, yeah, and I've learned that as well. I've learned that me setting boundaries in the long run makes me feel better. No matter what. Silent Hill F and Hades 2 released yesterday. Silent Hill F I want to play too. I think Noob is going to stream it on the front page though. I think he said he wanted to. Noob got front page for Halloween, which is such a good god. Like Halloween is perfect. SPV's fan, like I can't watch it. Oh, I also want to play it, but like Halloween front page is so perfect. Also, hello Vanda. Waiting for the update to go through. Oh, maybe it hasn't updated for everyone here yet. Oh, an ad is in progress. I am going to refill my water real quick because I've been yapping. I've been yapping so much. Yo, and no joke, I think Noob's front page is gonna fucking blow him up. I've said this before. I think Noob on the front page is genuinely gonna boost him so much. Like, I know that normally like front page is not a huge deal in terms of numbers, but I think for Noob is such a specific type of streamer. I think it's gonna blow him up in a good way. In a good way. Steak. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright. Fresh Vaseline, let's fucking go. Hello? Boobies on the front page! I've been so close to saying something for a year or so, but like, I fully have too much to lose and I'm already not liked enough to say anything. Otter, I fucking love you. Genuinely. You are so important to me, and I know I am not the only one. I know you always feel like people don't like you because, but I think the reason that comes along for you a lot is, unfortunately, it is just general public problem, right? Like your friends, like people, me, Noob, like most of the people in my chat, they like you a lot. But you will be a mega acquired taste just on account of like the raids, the talking screen, like you are just more out there. Like That is a fact. You are more out there. But the people who matter are they're not gonna care about that. And those people who said before that they couldn't watch like the Originator for you, those are not your people. Like, fuck those people. It's like the only unfortunate part is that most of your people, there are more of us out there, have not found you yet. But, however, last night as well, several people came in for the first time and stuck around and were cool and normal. And it's gonna take longer for you to collect those, again, because you are niched in. But that does not mean that your friends do not like you. And if people are mean to you, Otter, if people are gonna give you shit when you're trying to set boundaries, I have got your back, okay? If no one's got your back, I've got your back. If no one's got your back, I am dead, okay? I joked that I was not ready, but really I am not ready. Oh, I will say, when Noob gets to the front page, you need to be like fully on deck, because I've heard that PNG tubers and VTubers do get it worse. Like, they get more trolls, and especially if he's going to stream Silent Hill F, some of the mods have to like be fully aware of all of the spoilers, just so people don't come in just for spoilers. Cause oh, blood the fuck, Abby's likable cutie patootie, so round. Noob's chaotic energy is front page chaotic energy. It really is. But also just in general, I feel like most, like, I've said this before, I'll say it again, but Noob's stream is very different from everyone else's stream. I feel. It's like a breath of fresh air. Only time I watch a stream that I can't chat in is when it's events that I watch, like normies watch sports, which is only ever Magic the Gathering events and a big Dota tournaments. Yeah, and then I'm assuming you're also not even looking at the chat, right? Like, you would just like put the chat away. Have a good lurk, Dev. Have a nice nap. Otter is loved, platonically, brother. Otter fan confirmed. See? Are we saying nice things about Otter? Yes. Fuck yeah, Otter is awesome. Are we hyping up Otter? Otter is fucking great. And he fucking is. Someone mess with Otter? People are constantly messing with Otter. I'm gonna be so for real. I don't know how it happens, but I'm gonna also write that down as the niche situation. People Otter attracts the worst people sometimes. Like, he gets some weirdos in his chat because he has like that niche effect. People also think it's okay to fuck with him. They think that he's okay with that. He is not okay with that. He never will be okay with that. Gonna study and do it. Noob Smart need to all play Silent Hill F for him to know the spoilers. They don't need to play it. They don't need to play the game, but they need to know like story reveals and like big plot points before it happens. Poor Otter, honestly. It's me, one of the weirdos. No, see, you're one of the good weirdos, Squiz. We're talking about the people who doxed him. We're talking about those people. Like, why do they come in with that? Like, truly. I have questions. They're all why. All of my questions are why. I should have probably killed them before we had this conversation so we could have a slightly less aggressive situation going on, but it is what it is. I'm not okay with being dodged. Are you sure? Yeah. No, and not once, but twice, Squiz. We had a person come in with spoiler for a text-to-speech for a newbie, which is another why. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why sometimes I consider having text-to-speech, but then I decide against it. I almost always decide against it anyway, just in case. Because people are weird. Eat his legs, Monoko.
Ready?
Yeah, you would burn to death, wouldn't you? See, now we're even more powerful. Another Monoko foot, the Clair foot. What does your foot do? Clair and Feeble. Deals medium light damage to all enemies. One hit. Applies powerless for 3 turns. I don't think I would change Chalier combo for that. So no thank you, but thank you. There are a lot of assholes in the world, truly, yeah. They're not in my chat, though. I have cute as hell chats. Decided to raise the price to one where you can't buy it if you just followed. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I think it's probably the more... this is kind of a balance you have to strike, because at this point, Noob has surpassed basically every single person in the Wreath. And I feel like unfortunately, the higher the number goes, the more you have to adjust kind of every stream interaction, which feels bad, right? for the people who have been around long, but I feel like also the people who have been around long probably have enough points where it doesn't really matter. But you're gonna have to adjust it a little bit. Is that a shiny? Just so people can't take advantage of, yeah, raising security. Exactly. Okay. Thought I missed something there. I didn't, right? Wait. I'm paranoid now. Hold on. Clair foot? Probably read like a summary. No, I hadn't been. Okay.
Again.
Paintress. I am.
Teaching her children to paint, huh?
Wait, and the children all look like they have Miles' hair. Wait, that one maybe looks a little bit like Verso. Oh. Looks a little bit like Verso. Oh. Your parents wanted you to paint. Oh. Oh. Ice! So we could party too. Ice, happy birthday! I hope you're having a very good one, Ice. Since you were wondering before, the book is now on lowest on my list. It is beneath Season of Storms. Now you know. Now you know. And there you know. I hope you're having good food today. Sometimes I wish I was a streamer and would get doxxed. What the fuck are they going to do to me with that info? Fly into my country that's in the middle of nowhere and knock on my door? Okay, then what? Then I guess you have to fight. It's also a sign of progress. It is, absolutely. Need to refresh myself in case I need 2 stories so I can be of help to Jinzee if she needs it, because I'll have to replay the game. Oh no! Let's get this over with before I go to school. Get this over with! Wow! Eyes, damn. Like, imagine someone lurking for an hour to be able to text a sweet N-word. They would likely get Noob in hella trouble. Yeah, well, Noob has probably thought about these things. I don't have to tell him everything. I constantly feel like I have to protect Noob from everything. And he does not need my protection. He's a very smart boy. I should clarify, I mean with preventing spoilers. Yeah, no, I figured that's what you meant. That bad? Yeah. Ice is just a shy guy. Don't like to be the center of attention. You don't have to have an entrance alert. Just because you're tier 3, you are allowed to have them. You don't have to. Maybe you're like, I don't want to have an entrance alert. It's also fine. There's people who are on tier 3 who don't want an entrance alert, who haven't given themselves an entrance alert. They, like Mike doesn't have an entrance alert. They don't want to be perceived. Wait, you are a person. Yeah, you are. Okay, I was confused about that. Okay, because then I probably need to go to where that black and white has gone. Which means I want to kill you. Right? Do I have your feet? Sometimes he needs protection. Aww. I'm the dumb one. You have to tell everything? That's not true. How dare you? Oh, sorry. I was trying to... Oh. Oh god. Okay, I can't tab out for some reason, so I can't read what's over... anything that's above Loneliest saying so do we, I cannot read it because it will not let me tab right now. If they go through all that for an ass movement, I'll gladly oblige. See, mine doesn't have one. I love wish other people happy birthday, but hate mine. Why? You deserve to be celebrated because we love you and you're cute as hell. What do you mean? So I don't tell people my birthday? You read everything above that? Okay, thank you. Just had to make sure. Yeah, you're not in my phone, Stig. Why aren't you on my phone, Stig? Get in my phone. Were there more fart jokes? Wait, what? Excuse me? Evek. You actually have a name. Well, I gotta take your shield off first, right? I don't want to accidentally... Oh yeah, oh damn, okay. Hella damage, and I do not have your feet. That means I can still eat the feet. Hella damage. Oh my god. See, Monaco has 100% crit because he's always on 1 health. If Vec feels threatened, yeah, you should. On account of me trying to kill you. And succeeding pretty well, actually, when it comes down to it. I feel like I should give her 1 more starting AP. I feel like I probably have an option to do that.
Here's your card.
Here's your card. Summons minions. Oh, that's it? That's a bad idea. That you should punch me instead. Why aren't you punching me? What is wrong with you? Punch me right now! Okay, we're just doing that one, and then we are gonna blitz one of you then. Does that kill you? No, okay, good. Because I don't want it to kill you. Yeah. I don't want it to kill you because I want dead energy to be used. Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. In fact, more like get weg. Jinzee did not know mine for the first 5 years I was here. Yeah, Ice has also been elusive. I also did not know what the name of dog was. Now I know what the name of dog is. Some brioche French toast I made. I'll share it since your birthday. I also still have banana bread you can have. My birthday is a day that shall live in infamy, or so said Franklin T. Roosevelt. I blame Danvers. I was talking up in September and said I was a September boy. Danvers finally got her birthday present. It took fucking forever to actually get there. It was not on time. Do I want a double attack? I think you might. No, you won't be dead before then. You'll have another attack. With green. I could still call this blood, fuck it. That will kill everyone. He does not have dead energy, but it is the most damage I can do. If Vec is enraged, be careful, he still hasn't attacked me, which is very funny to me. Alright, well now you have way too many shields. That one is just 1 hit, so probably not what I want. You are going to attack now, though. Attacks Verso, okay. To actually kill me? Oh! You're that- I forgot! Buddy, I know all your tricks. I beat the shit out of a way more powerful version of you very early in my career. You have no idea what you're in for, buddy. You don't know! You don't know!
The fun begins.
Let the fun begins. We're gonna just take this off real quick. I'm not worried about this one bit now. I remember you. To be fair, if it wasn't for the events that happened on December 7, 1941, definitely give it merit to be referred to as infamy. Remember Season of Storms having a thing about farting guards and was hoping Sokos get moved away from that? No. I'll make a Ko-fi video about it. I already wrote a little bit of an outline for that. It's going to be very loosey-goosey. I will have spoilers for the book, obviously, so I know not everyone will want to even watch that, but it'll be on Ko-fi. I am going to talk shit. I'm literally going to actually a few times. It's very... It suffers from being a prequel. That's all I'll say. It suffers from being a prequel. It is noticeable. Unfortunately. Today Japan messed up and got to the US into World War II. Oh, Japan, buddy. Oh no. Oh, yes. Loosey goosey, yeah. It's interesting. Didn't care for the new Witcher book. Here's the thing. I still enjoyed it. It's a Witcher book. And I love The Witcher. The same way that I did enjoy Season of Storms. But I have a list, obviously, in terms of which ones I like best. This one is now at the bottom. That's it. Japan did not know at the time, but they fucked up. I didn't know, but they knew. They better knew. Do I have the points for it? I do have the points for it. I'm gonna do the cool thing.
Prepare for oblivion.
I'm gonna do it. Ready. Well, someone is.
Your turn to shine.
Your turn to shine. I'm not gonna live through that one, buddy. No damage somehow. Ooh. Tinel just gave me Onimusha 1 and 2! Ice enjoy! Wait, have you been wanting to play those? I hope you really like them. I hope you really like them. I love Onimusha. Oblivion has been out for a while. Well, he is doing a new version on their AI fridge. You know, but they fucked up. Always to hindsight 2020, you know. Healing tints also remove all status effects. Okay, that's just a level up, though. That's a level up. What does your foot do? But it seems like it is a boss foot, though. So maybe bosses can have specific feet. Deals high single target earth damage and applies powerless for 3 turns. 1 hit. Ooh. It's only 1 hit, though. Not bad, but it seems like it might be too protective. It might be too much of a protection type deal. Sniff. Don't sniff, Jinzee. Disgusting. Okay, sorry. Put this one back. I can be fast again. That's this fuck boy from level 1 to level 15. Yeah, that is kind of an upgrade. Truly, truly. Okay, so were you guarding anything in particular or not really? Yes, you were.
Nice.
What were you? Color of Lumina, of course. Okay, so that is where I actually came from. Let's be thorough. Ah ha ha ha. Always be thorough. Another Color of Lumina. I haven't found one of those colorless Nevrons in a while. Kind of wanted to find more. Love Onimusha as well. Have you ever seen a comeback for it? Oh, I'm excited for the new one. I really hope it's good. I'm blanked out a couple letters, but Twitch doesn't like the US being critiqued. Saying fuck in the same sentence? Ooh. Have a good meeting, Rain. I hope nobody bothers you. I hope they just let you sit there and say nothing until you can leave again. Let's see what's in here, in this meadow. It's a meadow, right? It's embarrassing. Wait. Ron Tilty she's the best is my birthday present? Sorry, that made me think of a whole different kind of word set. You're my present this year. Wait, I thought there was... Did I see this? I thought there was a meadow behind this. Or is this... Maybe this is just what I was looking at. Maybe this is... Okay, maybe there wasn't. Maybe this was the whole meadow. Okay. Jinzee, listen. You did that to me. At least they're not blood related, Ayo. Okay, now I can wait, no, I can't carry on. What is here? Have I been here? Oh, I have. Okay. Okay, okay. Hope I didn't miss anything. You did not. You did that, Ice. So it's all you. No, Branson has a point. It's a good thing that you're not related. You saying Branson is wrong? I don't think so. Oh, I was gonna give you more gradient, wasn't I? I have points now. I just didn't put them. Or sorry, not more gradient. I was gonna give you more... I was gonna give you... Energizing start. Yeah, so you can immediately move if you want to. You can. Maybe everyone should have something like that. Yeah, everyone can have an energizing start. I don't want to think about it too much. Oh, you already have energizing start. Guess I can give you dead energy. Oh, I can give everyone dead energy. We have those points. See, now I don't have to think about it. Everyone just gets dead energy. And you get... Oh, you already have that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you also already have dead energy. It's okay. Alright. Those are just the best options. It's my secret. I'm always bad. Oh. Bad bitches. So lost. Who isn't blood related and why are we yelling at Branson? Oh, don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Okay, this does seem to kind of imply that the paintress is literally the one painting this world together, because these are all of the biomes. These are all of the biomes we've gone through. In order of us going through them. I'm assuming they'll do more of them. And even... Oh, I don't have your feet yet! Interesting. I thought I would have everyone's feet by now, almost. I must have most people's feats. I must have most people's feats. Okay, we're gonna attack you.
A bit of dregs.
A bit of dregs. Will I ever not start with that? No, and then you're just gonna die because I have this. That's good because you're the one eating his feet anyway. For suggesting that? Let me suggest it. Let me suggest anything. This game is a Souls DLC. No, it is not. It is not. It is not even close to a Souls game, I've decided. Brutalum and Krillum. Okay, those are just upgrades though. Kriller's Foot. What do you do? Applies 1 to 2 shields to the target. Okay, that's kind of nice, but probably not something I would use. These are all your weapons. +1 perfection hitting powerless. No, that's not very... Was it Abyssarum? I don't... It was a 15, right? Okay, I did not see. Oh, was it one for you? Oh, it was, yes. Wait. Huh, interesting. Critical hits apply burns, base attack apply 2 burns. Oh, you're actually kind of powerful though. Yeah, I think I'm using you. I am using you, that's good. Oh, hey buddy. Wait, what are you doing inside? What are you doing inside of the monolith? How did you get in here? Whoa, 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 hello there, you're new. Haven't seen you lot before. How'd you get here? Me, I've been stuck here for ages. Oh no, did they build it around you? Don't know how I got here. Oh, I was wondering. Quite a mystery that. Tremors, ground starts floating, then bam, here I was, all by my lonesome. Tremors and the ground started floating. So he has been here since the Sundering. Then. What if the world straight up doesn't exist outside of this place anymore? Chat % feet? Nice for them to send you through a copy of the earlier biomes to collect the feet of the enemies you fought before recruiting Monaco. I know! It's very thoughtful. K-Design is so good. It has some Souls DNA, but it's not a derogatory statement. It's very, very far in the back Souls DNA. I literally do not even feel like there's like much of any Souls in here anymore. At all. At this point, I don't see any Souls in this game anymore. They did build it around him, literally. I have the meme just for this. He's been here since the fracture. It's interesting that he hasn't died of old age, because I feel like they can. Would have been lonely too, nobody to talk to, except I'm quite an adept conversationalist. Yeah, I can talk enough for 2. That and scavenging odds and ends has kept me quite busy. I'm a merchant after all. What's a merchant with no wares? But not many customers around here though, very few. None in fact. And what's a merchant with no customers? Just a walking bit of storage, eh? But now you're here. You'll want to take a look, yes? Of course. And we can fight you. Of course we're gonna fight you. Monaco or Verso? Oh, Verso, you're already too heavy. You're too... There's so much level on you. Gotta stop. You need to check yourself. It's gonna be...
The fun begins.
I would keep wanting to call them the Gestalt. It's not their names. But it starts with a G. Why can't I remember their names? Huh? Describe it as a recessor gene, still there but not important. Even that, not really. Because, okay, for the people who see Soulsy influences in this game, what specifically makes you feel that is very Soulsy in this game? His Monaco came with no feet. Is his feet thing a new thing, or is he lying about finding? No, he had feet. He had feet. He came with the one that I actually still have equipped, the ice one. You're also not using the heals, etc. that are very Soulsy in the way they function. The heals are Soulsy in the way they function? You think so? Like I use the overworld map heals sometimes. But also, like, I think, you know, in general, there's a party here. Soul's like a human is a macaque related, but not the same thing. Jestral, thank you. The art, the atmosphere. Oh, okay. Yes, I can see that to some degree. Elden Ring specifically, I can see that. Save points reviving everyone and restocking your heals? Yeah, but that's not a Soulsy thing. That's just a save point thing. Like Final Fantasy does that too, and has done that. for a very long time, to some degree. Dodging and parrying is only in Souls games. Nothing. Just a nice joke you can do on a glass cannon build. Yeah, it's like at the start I kind of figured, oh yeah, maybe you have a point because it's like really hard combat. But again, I'm playing on expert and the game is no longer hard. I don't think that ever happens in a Souls game for me. Bonfires, Estes, dodge, parry, those are the main things, and then weapon scaling. Yeah, but I feel like they're not bonfires. I think at this point maybe people have started equating save point that heals to bonfires only, but that is not a bonfire only thing. That has been an established thing before. And parrying as well. Parrying as well. It's valid that that's what makes you think of it. For me, maybe I've played a lot of games at this point where I recognize that it's an established thing before Souls games. I mean, the save point's reviving all the baddies. Oh, okay. I can see that, yeah. Difficulty has nothing to do with Souls for me, really? You're a gamer? Refills your flask and revives the mobs. Yeah, the mob revival I can definitely see. Save points that heal and resets your heals and heals enemies. Like, revives enemies, and I guess what you mean. Oh, yeah, that's like very, very low tier influence at that point then. Yeah, that's like, I made a snowman, this is a person kind of influence, I guess. Because, yeah, it's very much doing its own thing for me. At this point, I would not equate anything Soulsy to this game. And the world itself, I think Elden Ring kind of has this in the same way. It feels painterly, which is very on brand for this game. And Elden Ring has that to some degree as well, but this game especially. I feel like the game is more Final Fantasy X to me. Yeah, it's the group and the party aesthetic as well. And they literally took the turn-based order from 10, right? It's like the devs wanted to nod to Souls, yeah. It's using a lot of JRPG tropes and Souls tropes to make its own thing. I don't think I like that. Sorry, I'm processing for a second. Ask anyone who hasn't played a Souls game to play this. They'll say, this is too Souls for me. Yeah, I think that response is often a difficulty thing. When people say this is too Souls for me, they'll say what they mean is it's too difficult. It's too difficult for me, which is fair. That's totally fair if you don't want to deal with that. This game definitely gives you options to make it easy though. Like you can play on easy mode if you want to. I think with the amount of comparisons people have made for this game specifically to other games, I think the general conversation, and I made a video about this already, the general conversation of dumbing down, and I say that just because it is the best way for me to describe it, not because I think that the process is dumb. Dumbing games down to bare parts pulled from other games or other tropes is, to me, it feels reductive to when a game is trying to do something new, which I think this game is doing a lot of new interesting things. So I think now, having played the game more, when I hear people say it's a Souls-like or it's a this or it's a that, I feel not slighted, because obviously it's not my game and I don't really have a horse in this race, but I just feel like it's not doing the game justice at all. Influences are there. Every game, every fictional work, every piece of art is going to have influence to some degree. They have to, right? Because if you're an artist, you like other artists, hopefully. I just wish there was a way for people to talk about this while letting go of just doing that. Just being like, oh, it's a Souls-like. Because when people tried to sell this game to me, what they said was Paper Mario and Souls. Paper Mario Dark Souls. Which, while I can see what you mean when you say that, now having played it feels reductive. I feel like it deserves more than that. Like, I know that's hard to do when you're just trying to do it in short messages as well, right? You're trying to explain something in short messages, and especially in a chat where you're trying to read everything. I get why. But I'm gonna have to put this in my video when I write the video about this game. Reducing them maybe rather than dumbing them down. Yeah, reducing is maybe a better word, yeah. I agree. Necessarily reductive, yeah. I think there are persona influences too. Although that's kind of the thing, right? It's people seeing systems that they have seen in other games and saying, oh, it is like this now, or there's influence from this, even if maybe the creators have never played that particular game. It's on a very basic level, it's giving a critic who says, wow, this movie reminds me of Boss Baby, says critic who has only ever watched Boss Baby. You know that, it's giving that. And I try not to do that myself. I fall into the trap too. I do it myself. I have to actively try not to do it. It's just something I've been thinking about. It's hard online now. People make strong opinions about things they have no experiences with. Yeah, exactly. And with the short form content especially, it's so hard to have nuance at all. People want the game to be more turn-based or more Souls or more something. Like, people won't be happy somehow. Yeah, it seems like they wouldn't be happy to let this game be its own thing. Which is doing such a good job being its own thing. And I know that down the line, there's going to be games that have systems that are present here, and people are going to be like, oh my god, it's just like E33. Every genre name reductive, but also like, it's impossible not to do that when trying to explain a game in shorthand. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why I like video essays so much. Love Boss Baby. Felt like the Souls game similarities were intentional in a way that it's noticeable enough to see it as an homage. Well, I feel like for most people, when they think of actual gameplay mechanics in this, it really is like, well, what people just said, right? It's a lot of people think of bonfires, they think like save points, healing, they think of bonfires, they think of Souls. Parrying and dodging now, people will very quickly think of Souls games. When a game is difficult, they will think of Souls games. I just, especially the difficulty thing. Maybe I should make a video about that at some point too. Because see, this is what I mean. I have so many videos I want to write of the idea, because we had a conversation about this before. It wasn't I think it was in a different stream. I don't think it was in my stream where we had this conversation, where maybe I've mentioned it once or twice, that I don't think Souls games are difficult either. It's just that people make it hard. People do this. When I play a Souls game for the first time, I always set limits to myself. I do not want to summon. I do not want to parry. And those are limits that I set for me. I enjoy playing that way. But because of the Souls community specifically, I feel like a lot of people go into a Souls game thinking they have to make it hard for themselves. So they can't use bows or magic or summons or whatever else. They can't use these things. They can't use items because that wouldn't be really beating the game. And I always think that's bullshit, because people will ask the Souls devs to add difficulty modes to a Souls game. Like, can you make an easy mode so everyone can enjoy the game? They technically have a form of easy mode. You can grind in Souls games. Just get more levels. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean you can't. You can grind. You can use the ranged weapons. Ranged weapons make everything easier. You can stack healing items. You can use your summon. You can look up tactics that make a boss easier. You can do all of those things. But the internet has ruined it for people in that if you are not suffering in a Souls game, they will chastise you for it, which is so weird. This has happened to video games everywhere, where if you're not beating a game on a really, really hard mode, then people will yell at you for it. It's like, well, now you got to go back and really beat it. Shut up. Shut up, first of all. We does love Soul. We do. Yes, we do. Hunter is the boss, baby. And someone in my chat being like, I'm modding the game to not require parrying, so it will actually be turn-based. Like, just play something else. Wait, to not require parrying? Wait, modding the game to not require parrying? Why don't you just play on easy modes? I feel like if you play the game on easy specifically, and you do it like maybe some grinding here and there. I don't know. Chat, has anyone here played the game on easy mode? Have you run into issues where you were like, wow, this is really hard right now, and I feel overwhelmed or underleveled or underpowered? Right, it might be to their detriment. I feel like it is. Souls games aren't hard by nature. They're not really. Souls games are made hard by the community around them. Yeah, exactly. Use the same ingredients to cook a variety of things. Exactly. I think this happens to an extent because hard is so subjective. Saying Dark Souls sets up an objective expectation about the difficulty. Yeah, well, like I said, I think it's also just because people don't use the tools given to them to some degree. And it definitely is, I feel like it is definitely the case if you only go by what the internet says, you have never played a Souls game especially, I think it scares people off as well. I feel like for me, Demon Souls was more difficult because it gave me less tools. Specifically, Demon Souls, okay, to some degree. So it was easier for me. Demon Souls was easier for me because the bosses had less abilities. It was very straightforward in that sense. They were not as intricate yet, as detailed in their tactics. At the same time, you did not have, like I said, you did not have the tools. If you wanted to change your tactics, it was very hard to do that. It was very hard to build something to make the game easier for you. Whereas now, especially Elden Ring, and then games like Lies of P will give you so many options to use, and then people still don't use the options. Grind and summon, so many things. Yeah, no, exactly. Easy wasn't an option yet. They made the easy easier since I played. Oh, okay. Easy wasn't an option. I see. Okay, so then it would be easier now, at least. Mentioning Boss Baby triggered my immense hatred for that movie, mostly because Boss Baby was nominated for Best Animated Movie and Your Name wasn't? Best Animated Movie? Really? Damn, okay. Pretty sure you don't even have to parry on normal heart, just dodge. I feel like, given the Pictos that I've collected, there's also builds where you don't have to do anything. You just eat the hits. I have Pictos that literally say, eat the hits. So you could just do that too. They also did not want to have to dodge. Okay, so just eat the hits then. Sekiro is the hardest Souls game to the point it's kind of not a Souls game. Yeah, and I tried playing Sekiro as a Souls game. That made the game harder for me because I was a dodge baby. I had to learn parrying for Sekiro and it was very satisfying once I did. But yeah, for that one especially, you were penalized? Penalized? You were punished for playing it like a Souls game. Also, a reason why Dark Souls and Dark Souls 2 are as hard as they are is because you couldn't move as fast as you can in Dark Souls 2 or Elden Ring. Yeah, no, exactly. And again, they had less tools too. Like, it was very much a starting point for them. I had to tank my L, and by the end, she just fully took hits sometimes. Yeah, and it makes sense, right? You get shields near the end too. Shields, high defense, high health. I feel like it's a little bit later in the game though. Not sure you can pull that off at the start of the game. Well, I mean, if you play it on easy mode, right? I feel like if you play it on easy mode, you could. It would be a little bit harder. You might have to dodge a little bit, but it would be very forgiving if you miss at that point. I'll probably replay the game on easy mode just to see what the difference would be at some point. Was driving when you asked? The dodge parry mechanics, limited combat resource, healing item refresh, enemy respawn, weapon scaling, and other things by themselves are all present in other games. Put together though, you start to get the core of Souls games, which is why I think people see this influence in this game. Personally, I don't think it's meant to be reductive to E33, but a shorthand to help people understand somewhat what to expect in the game. I definitely see that. I definitely see that. Like, especially, yeah, as you say, when you put it together, for a lot of people it would click that way. I think, for me, I will never recommend it as a Souls game. I will never say this is a Souls game because I think it will scare people away. If I tell people, hey, try this Souls-like E33, I think people who do not vibe with Souls games would immediately not give it a try. And this game is so far removed gameplay-wise, and just in general, from a Souls game that I would do them a disservice. I would do the game a disservice as well. Because it is, when I say it, and it's someone who doesn't like Souls games, they will think the game is too hard for me. Because of what I've heard people talk about usually. Generally speaking, when I talk to someone and I try to convince them to try a Souls game, what they will say is, I don't have the patience. I don't want to bang my head against a brick wall until I get better. I don't want to get good, basically. As much as I feel like Souls games have options, the stigma is there. No offense, Stick. The stigma for Souls games is, it is for people who like to suffer. And it doesn't help that there was literally a Prepare to Die edition. But I would recommend it for the story in a lot of ways. The combat is just so satisfying. Parrying is so satisfying. I agree with Jinzee's comparison problem video at this point. The kind of comparison is at least a double-edged blade, yeah. And again, I understand why people do it. I do understand. Pretty sure people have done no parry dodge runs on expert. Oh yeah, I think right now I could easily build around not parrying or dodging. I could build a tank build and never die. I could. Especially because there are weapons that scale with that. Would you recommend it? Sorry. Would you recommend it as a Final Fantasy game? Also no. Also no. ISFP had that problem too, though. It did. Yeah, it did. And then you have to preface it, right? Saying it is a Souls game, but, which is always such a weird thing for me to do. Secret recommending this to a Final Fantasy fan? I would recommend it to a Final Fantasy fan. Yes, I'm always there. I'm Stiggy. I'm sorry. It's a turn-based RPG with some real-time elements. It is, yeah. I'll just watch the Vati video. I had it recommended to me as a Final Fantasy fan, and then I was like, what the fuck, no one told me his soulsy aspects. See, like, that's a thing. That's why I feel like it's a bad way to recommend this game that way. Like, for me, I think it's easy, right? If you watch my stream, you kind of know what kind of games I like. You know what I enjoy. So if you recommend this game to me, you would do it because you already understand my tastes. But that won't be the case for everyone you recommend a game to. My issue with Souls games, the Souls community, is that they're incredibly obnoxious about using stuff that's in the game to make it easier, which is kind of stupid because I could just not care, but still. See, exactly, Mike. Exactly. It is the Souls community that does it, which is why I always hammer on this point, is enjoy the game. Enjoy the game, please. I feel like we've, at this point, fallen so deep into this rabbit hole of every aspect of our life needs to be suffering that people will yell about the dumbest things. They will yell about using everything you can in a Souls game to make things easier. They will yell about mods. They will yell about save states. They will yell about save scumming. Shut the ever living fuck up. It is a video game. It is a video game. Imagine if people did this with other hobbies that people just do for like fun. Imagine if someone is really into puzzles, just like cardboard puzzles, and you're making your puzzle. And what I usually do when I make puzzle is I will have the image of what I'm puzzling in front of me because it'll be on the box, right? So I can kind of see what the image is supposed to look like when I puzzle together. And then someone comes in and they see you do that and they're like, you're making the puzzle, but you're using the box art to see what puzzle you're making? That means you're not really doing the puzzle. That you're a fucking casual puzzler. Imagine the way that we get kicked in the ball so fast. Like, it's insane behavior. It's insane behavior. But that is literally what we do to video games for some reason. Like, truly, dig into the pits of your life and do something different with it. My god. Feel like that would be enough to sell it? I feel like you need to go deeper for some people. For some people. This is very much a Jinzee game. Oh yes. Recommending this game to anyone is hard because it got parries that turns people away, and it's turn-based, which turns others away. Yeah, I guess if you're recommending it to someone that you know, you would have to play on what they appreciate about this game, would appreciate about this game. People yell about anything. They truly do. Who the fuck cares about saves coming? I bet they are salty because you can't do that in real life. I know a person literally just like that. Oh, ew, unbearable guy. Okay, well, that's the Souls community when they yell about that. Not everyone in the Souls community, obviously. I always have to preface it with that because people get mad at me. I'm in the Souls community, technically speaking. But literally, I could not care less what you do in your video games as long as you're having a good time. Do not have the patience to try and boss 50 to 100 times. I'm summoning and getting on with my life, as you should. So I also dislike the term Souls-like because I feel like it comes with the expectation you have to beat it without using half the stuff in game and with your hands tied behind your back and while playing the bongos. Yeah, absolutely. You're joking and most puzzle people aren't like, but there are some. Ew. What if we let people enjoy things? Right, what if? What if? Anything I was doing, he would chime in like, oh, why aren't you doing it like that? Because I'm doing it and not you. No. Cough. Keep his mission right there. Kind of stop recommending games to people. I simply go, I really love this game for this reason. If that inspires someone to play it, cool. That makes sense, Otter. And I think maybe our video essays are worthwhile in that sense as well. But if I were to recommend this game to somebody, it really would depend on who I'm recommending it to, right? If I wasn't a streamer and a friend wanted to recommend this game to me, they would have to hype up the story. They would have to hype up the story first, because if you tell me that you think the combat is good, I have to first know what kind of combat you like. I like snappy, responsive combat, which this game has. So if I knew that, I'd be all for it. I love playing games on the hardest difficulty when the combat is good and snappy and responsive. It's why I played the first Jedi, was it not Jedi Survivor? The first one of that series, I played that one on the hardest mode as well immediately. And people were like, oh, you're crazy! But the combat felt good, so I kept doing it, and that was nice. That's good. If the combat is slow or unresponsive or slidey or whatever else, then I am not going to be bothered. Truly. I will, the combat will be an afterthought. You better sell me on the story at that point. Parry, go, boom. The parry feels so good in this game. The parry feels so good. Like, it's 90% of the reason that I appreciate the combat. Oh. Oh, you're only doing one. Oh, okay. Thought you were going to do more. If we didn't already know you were going to love E33, we wouldn't have fought so hard in the vote tipping. Yeah, y'all went really hard for that. Woohoo, more jewels, please. Yes, indeed. Yes, you've definitely earned the right to shop my choicest goods. I recommended Ori to people even though I hate it, but I know other people would love aspects of it more than me. People always go, but you hate it? I don't know what y'all want from me. Yeah, we're all not the same person, for sure. But I feel like also, Rev, I liked every game on that list. I was surprised in the tipping war that E33 was just heavily losing before. I did not see, I was going through some of my VODs and I heard myself talking about it. And I was like, okay, it's basically a done deal that it's going to be Kingdom Come 2. And then E33 literally came out of nowhere with a steel chair. And Revenant was the steel chair. The art is so good in the effects. Those hits look so badass. Yeah, it is. It's just it's a game that oozes love. Like, the devs really just loved this game, making it. Fallen Order. Yeah, that one. No, I didn't play Survivor yet. Apparently Survivor doesn't run very well on PC. I remember that stream? Blood was about to be spilled at times, literally. By your time. I usually stay quiet when a really hype beloved game isn't for me. That makes sense. I knew what you meant, Ranson. I knew what you meant, don't worry. Dispel the first negative status effect received and gain 2 AP. See, this is very much Tankliff. Fragaro. That is a new one, right? Yeah. If stance till space attack switches to offensive stance, counter attacks apply defenseless. Wait, yeah. Free aim shots. Spin the bestial wheel to a random value. Oh. Free aim shots deal 100% more damage with all masks except Almighty. Wait, this is very good. That is very good. I will be using that one. Well, now I'm poor again. I'm glad I'm glad I had the money to buy him out. Avenge my brothers for me, yeah? Your brothers? So you do know that people died? Wait. Hold on. You do know that people died? He says avenge my brothers. He was here when the fracture happened. So the war happened before the fracture. The Gestrels and whoever else, the Paintress? They were fighting before that. Huh. That's kind of interesting. Survivor runs better now. Played it on PC when we streamed it. Oh, do you have a better PC than me, right? How does your PC hold up against mine? Should I play it when I get a new PC instead? Gamba? Well, I mean, a lot of the times I don't really want to use the ability it's spinning on itself. It's also a better scaling apparently. Why? Okay, I have a question. I don't know if anyone actually knows the answer to this. This one has higher damage. It has better scaling for the luck, but they are both B, and they are both Level 15. Why is the luck scaling on this higher? By a fairly large amount. Like 278 versus 361? Why is that? I'm going to use it, obviously, but it is a little bit confusing. Were you better? You are, also. Well, that's not a bad thing, I think. This one, I really was just using for power, I think, at this point. So I will use this one. It looks kind of nice. What did I get? Oh, right, this one. Yeah, I guess you're tanky now. Fallen Order and Survivor were just straight up fun. Maybe a bit biased as someone who got married in Jedi cosplay. No, I really liked Fallen Order. I really enjoyed playing that game. I believe it coincides with the base power. Oh, so the scaling scales specifically off base power. Interesting. Thank you, Grapes. Didn't have issues running it on my previous PC, which was a bit lower specs than your current one. Okay. That's good to know. That's good to know. Then I might play it on this PC already. Considering I'll be buying parts soon, though. I don't know. I'm a little worried about the graphics card, about actually grabbing a graphics card in general. That's a dead person. Wait. Okay, no, but you must be Expedition 0 then. You must be, are you not? Do you have a band that can show it? They don't have bands. Or they do, but it doesn't... Maybe, is it 0? Feels like it would be. Found weapons like that in Baldur's Gate 3, weapons that became monsters based on the user's stats. Yeah, I wish just the scaling was different. Which was confusing for a second. I always liked this zone, though. I always thought this zone was very pretty. The water zone. Wait, this is Expedition 70. Why is Expedition 70 here? But hold on. That's not supposed to be here. 0 I get. But why is anyone else here? Concerning. Maybe wait for sales like Black Friday and see if it's worth grabbing then. I keep checking listings to see if there's like sales anywhere going on at all. But it kind of feels like the prices are only going up. So I don't know if I should just like... I can't do it right now. That's the problem. I literally can't right now. But I feel like if I wait too long, it might be more expensive later down the line. Now I won't build out one for a while and I'm still nervous about GPU prices. I know. Watching Jinzee ask all the same questions I did? Yeah, because like, it doesn't make sense, right? It's only gonna get worse. Yeah, that's my fear there. That's why I'm thinking like maybe I should just like try to quickly save just for that. Just for the GPU. Get that over with. Imagine a few years from now. Well, if I wait longer, maybe they'll make a new card and then the older cards will get cheaper, but that will still be an upgrade for me though, right? That could be a thing. That could be a thing. Everyone getting powerless. Well, now we want to shoot with him as well. And at least everyone has dead energy now. That's something.
The fun begins.
So it can get worse. Listen here. Okay, no, I do want this one. I want Cultist Blood. This one is exactly what I want. And we're fast enough that I guess it doesn't even really matter. It literally doesn't matter. I'm too strong again. Well, we knew that. I don't have to try too hard here.
Fun begins.
Okay, well, I do want to do this one, though. That just feels wrong not to. Wait, we actually do ridiculous damage there for some reason. What was it that gave him extra damage on that again? Oh yeah, see, now I would need to build him around free aim, because I just rebuilt everyone. And not around free aim for him. I rebuilt him as low health. Which is still fine. Resigned that E33 was going to lose until someone else came in with like a 170 dodo one to tie it up. And it gave me the thoughts, it could win. We have the technology. That's so fair. Any feet? No, oh, no, I don't have your feet. Hold on, I don't have your feet. Give me those feet. Here, go for you.
A bit of violence.
Oh, and Ad is playing. I kind of feel like I should take a break. Just because I've talked so much and I kind of want fresh water. Should I quickly? I should quickly. I probably should quickly, actually. At least I got feet. I love having feet. Disappointing? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not a feet person. A little snackies. I'm not really hungry, but I do think I need to keep my water top up. I think that's a good idea. All right, keep hydrated, kids. Don't let me catch you without your hydration. Alright. Wait, all the DLC is not out yet for KCD? Is KCD 2 still getting lots of DLC? Is that what I'm hearing? Because then it is definitely good that I didn't play it. I thought they were all done. You're welcome back. I'm your fresh new drink. I'm very proud of you. Don't worry, actual. I am hydrating. Branson's got you. We will hydrate. Sometimes I forget to drink. That's all me. This foot allows Monaco to use a new skill. How far away is he from having every foot? He must have so many feet in his buckets. Low single target physical damage, 3 hits. Applies rush to cell for 3 turns. No, I don't think I'll be using that one. Actually, I could just check how many, but I won't yet. You go in a circle? Can I go here? Yes and no. A cold one, nice. I think there's one more DLC, but would need to check. Oh, okay, gotcha. Can I go into Kelp Forest? Oh, hello. Oh, wait, maybe I'm supposed to go to the Kelp Forest. Hold on. 1 second. Okay, wait, no, but there's also someone there. Oh, hello.
Perfect.
Perfect. Excuse me. Wait. Oh, hello. I miss you there. 2 DLCs out of 3 planned. I Coke Zero because I need the caffeine. I've never seen such a messed up spreadsheet that is not my problem to fix. And you're so right. You are so right. Oh wait, I gave you both, right? I did. Actually, yeah, I gave you both.
Let's go faster. Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path. That was 1 turn.
The bitter dregs.
Oh ho. Starting on the god mask.
A proper challenge.
You could just always go. That's insane. That is crazy work, Monaco. Monaco! Monaco, baby! Hold up! And he doesn't even... What? The fuck? He doesn't even have... He doesn't even have augmented aim! Well, now you do. Now you do! Holy shits. He's also violence. That weapon is a solid weapon. Weapon is truly weapon. Are you hiding something here? No, you're not? Oh, I thought you would be hiding something. No hiding? Are you sure? Violence. I love a little bit of violence. Okay, wait, so am I going there or the other way? Okay, let's Kelp Forest first. It seems like maybe it's the secret zone. Are you... Oh, big guy. Large lad. Oh, yes, large lad. Let me get that large lad. Love myself a large lad. Hello? Oh, you eat people. You eat people. Don't love that, but love a large lad. Hello, buddy. What are you hiding? He's so big. Thank you for bless. Michael 20, back to it. 1 more KCD DLC planned. Currently slated for this year. Love him so much. He's so fun. Also, violence. I have to put so many of his voices in this game. Or in this game? Not in this game. In my stream. Straight for the face. Wonder if I could kill this boss. Before he gets a turn, that would be so funny.
The fun begins.
The fun begins. It's 6K, y'all. 6K! For 1 shot! That is crazy work. That is crazy work. And I haven't even fully built him for gun right now. That is silly. He's gonna eat Monaco, isn't he? This man is going to eat Monaco, it feels like. Oh my god. Of course.
Violence, yes.
Little bit of violence, yes.
Things are getting spicy.
Things truly are getting spicy. The only one I can't use really is God Mask. Okay, I could literally just break you right now. So could Verso, technically, though. If someone would need Caster Mask, we would 4 blue. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're going to do that with Verso. Oh my god. Is he just straight up not going to get a turn? That would be so fucking funny. And that also gets me S immediately, actually. Haha.
Break.
He's already halfway through. No longer stunned unless... I get 2. Yeah, okay, I get 2, so that is enough at that point. You can make him go again. It's so silly. It's so silly. I don't know if that is like a... But I have full crit no matter what. Interesting that it almost always does end on the God Mask eventually. I'm almost breaking him again. I am very close to just breaking him again. Which is... Oh my goodness. Gulsey, I hope you had a good birthday. Your birthday was very recent as well. I already gave you happy birthday. We get another one on stream. I hope it was a very delicious birthday. Should I blitz first? I have to do a turn anyway. I might as well. I might as well. I have to do 1 turn. I could mark him. That would be an option. But no, I don't think I will. See, I might only do 1k. Not remotely the same amounts. I am straight up going to break this man a 2nd time. I could give Monaco 2 turns right now again. And I will.
Your turn to shine.
I wonder if that actually takes it. I think it does. Pretty sure it does. So then it's just the AP bonus there. Okay, you are blue right now, so it would technically maybe be enough. But we're not going to. I think it would be fine if I do it without the mask. Okay, and it's blue now anyway. Oh, this is devastating. He's broken again. I'm just gonna let him start it. He won't actually be allowed to use it. Well, actually, we could let... Well, no, this is Monaco's, isn't it? This is his. Monaco fucking soloing. Not just no damage, no turns. No turn, 0 turns. The boss got to do nothing. The boss got to sit there and take it. Why did I have a star next to my name? What did I do? Where's my bird? A star? Wait, I do not see a star. I do not see it. Cutie little cackling. Is already well invested in Enri's journey. I loved KCZ1. Enri's gonna go to the bath. My birthday was really good. Cool, I've made lemon chicken with potatoes and onions. Shallots in the oven for us. It was amazing as usual. That sounds delicious. It's delicious. I got his skin again. Can't stop stealing these people's skin. Oh, that one is just an upgrade. I was hoping we got a new weapon. The flesh of this Neveron still feels alive. Does anyone else want Neveron skin? I want to say no. Mystery star. Because if it's a star with like purple around it, I think, it's the standard one. It's the standard, is it this one? Sub. badge, I guess. If you don't have one, upload it yourself, which obviously I do. If this one back. Hey, wait, that was your weapon as well. It's 16. It is not higher damage. So probably not. Does it look cooler? It does look cooler. But no, we have to be nice. We have to be good to ourselves for now. New Pictos. 50% chance to apply mark when attacking a marked target. I could actually be using that one permanently though. Actually, that would be good for you. That would be good for you. That one is 20 though. Fucking hell. Alright, I guess you don't get the +1 AP on start turn for now. But that's really good if I also manage to give you the marking shots. How much is that one? Oh, pretty cheap actually. Okay. Yeah, Monaco is now just a full-on monster. He's just an absolute beast. Must have been a Twitch goof? I'm assuming so, yeah. Very delicious and it's low effort. Toss everything into a baking tray or casserole, but into the oven, into the cold oven, and then let it roast for 1.5 hours. Maybe I will try it. Perchance. Alright, buddy, here we are. I am even more powerful than I was 2 seconds ago. Yeah, you can start your music, but that's not gonna help you. It's simply not. It never will. I also made you powerless, so good luck with that one. There you go. Yeah, we are also too fast to give anyone time anymore. Nobody gets to have time. Oh, now we definitely have 9. Could probably kill you immediately. Could kill you immediately too. Okay, this will take my mask away, and that one does less damage for some reason. Just constant marking. Just constant marking. He's so silly. He's so silly powerful now. It's just all Monaco. Translates the recipe to English for Flocken and shared in the food channel. Yes. I'm sure someone would like to make it, and that is not me as well. Oh, well now I'm full energy again. This is so silly.
Now the fun begins.
Well, now I can't do another one, so we're just gonna, you know. Koalas have similar fingerprints to humans. Jinzee thumbnails teaching me something. I know which one you're reading. A lot of people commented about that actually. They're like, I didn't know that either. Or some people were like, yeah, actually I knew that already. Koala enjoyers. Deals high single target damage, 5 hits. Deals more damage against powerless targets. Oh, actually that combos pretty well with Verso if I wasn't just such a gun guy now. And that's just insane damage. Can't really get around that. Nor do I want to. Ooh, yeah, see, now this is the red zone. And that's 60. We're going in 10s. Why are we going in 10s? Okay, letting go of wanting to keep everyone weak. It's really sped up our gameplay, hasn't it? Truly. How many skills am I missing on you? Oh, still a good number, actually. Still a good number. Any special dudes? Send more dudes? Okay, so I can go there and I can go here. Oh! A dude?
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Oh, not a lot of dudes here. Negative amount of dudes, but there are a lot of dead Jestrels, so that does. Oh, you are a Jestral. Are you taken? Are you not Gestrels? I don't think I'm crazy. You are. So, but you've been, what, corrupted? Or, well, you're not Gestrels. I guess you're Sakapatats. So maybe they're just animated. Oh, both legs! They might have just animated them, I guess. Huh. But you're not gonna win because I have the best Gestrel already. I own the best Gestrel. Oh, right! I forgot you did that. I completely forgot you did that. Oh, I was still mid-attacking. I bugged it out. Incredible. Actually, I should have done that on the goal, shouldn't I have? I should have. I can make you drop your thingy. I could, and I will.
Oh, yes, I know the dance.
Oh my god. Oh no, she died! She's the lowest level. I don't know how to parry that one for shit. Not that it's something that you can really practice as such, but still. You got 2 legs! Yeah, I mean, obviously, but you got 2 new legs. Was that this one? Oh no, the Sakapatat Estok. Deals low single target lightning damage 1 hit. Deals more damage if the target is stunned. High physical damage to all enemies 1 hit. Increased damage to marked targets. But I have a gun. The problem is I have a gun, you know? I didn't have a gun. I feel like I would build differently if I didn't have a damage cap at 10k. If my damage wasn't capped that way, I think I would still build differently.
Interesting.
Definitely CL. I would probably use CL more aggressively. Send more dudes! Wish I were a potato. Do you wish you were a Sakapatat though? Oh, that's the ultimate one, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. Yeah, you are.
Ready to strike.
I mean, it's not gonna save you, but I guess. You're just waddling all over the place. Still resistant though. This one, if it was with my boy, it would probably just do too much damage. Destroy him too quickly. Okay, so only on gold, I guess. Still somehow resistant though. I could do, but I won't. Oh, he does not have dead energy. Interesting. Ah, damn it. Oh, right, and I guess that... Oh, no, he does have dead energy. I could resurrect, but I will not be doing that right now. Because you're just gonna do it again. You're just gonna fall into the expedition again. Let's see. Ah, still no. I just can't get a handle on that one. Okay, now we're gold. We should use that one.
The fun begins.
The fun begins. Trying to, like, throw your arm off. And I did. Okay, do I want to resurrect you or not? No, well, yeah, probably. That does mean that you would not have any points, though. I kind of like having points. So I'll let Verso do it. Unleashes its full power. Ah, by using your guy.
Careful now. Watch out.
Okay, now you do have points, even though I missed one of them. Ah, we can probably crash you, actually. Oh, yeah, your head still hurts, doesn't it? Lenny! Hi, Lenny! Wait. Hi, Lenny. No KCD compilation video? I wasn't making them yet when I played KCD. I played it well before then. You've gone back and killed the chef Gestrel? I have not. But I theorized that maybe this is not the end of the game. I'm hoping not. For a second I thought Branson wants to be my child. Who doesn't? You'd be great moms. If your offerings... Damage cap really encourages multi-hit attacks. It really does, yeah. Especially when the gun is so strong. Mobile, not even once. You contribute to the family by giving your best every day. Even when your best is 30%. That's still your best. Okay, I think I will resurrect. I think it is better that way. But I also will shoot you in the face. And she does still get a turn anyway. We are gonna do normal damage. Or I could intervene. Yeah, I might just be able to... Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Her damage is so high that it makes more sense to have the multi-hitters get some stuff in over anything else. Oh, I should have blitzed first. Oh, it doesn't really matter, it turns out. It turns out it doesn't matter. Okay, he has some points, but it would need to be 4. Okay, so I can only hit you once. We were... Oh, okay, never mind. We'll use that.
Fun begins.
That is one more try. Okay, now it's blue. Okay, so we can just do this then. You're also gonna explode on me though, I think. They all do that, I'm pretty sure. Like this, it's still capped. It's still 10k, and it would probably be higher if it wasn't. Okay, well now I don't have to try anymore. Now I don't have to try anymore. Flock commune moms. Oh, he doesn't explode on me. Why not? Explode on me right now. Didn't even really drop anything too interesting. Curious. But I do get the ultimate Sakabatat foot. The ultimate foot! Okay, what is... No, it's a valid question. Oh, it's 2. I took both of his feet. Deals medium lightning damage to random enemies. It's kind of nice, actually. Critical hits trigger an additional hit. Also kind of nice. Actually, I don't mind that one. Deals extreme fire damage to all enemies. 3 hits. That's not bad if you have like a fire setup. Though. Are you... What is this? This, oh, hello. It also seems a little bit like, a monument of some kind. Wait, but is that cut? Is this a tree? Like, they also have lost the color. Or maybe they never had color. Oh, there. I see. Wait. Did I miss that? I don't think so. Imagine we could buy, rent a farm in our area, which is also effing expensive. We could have so much room for our loved ones and can do cool stuff, and the amount of food we could grow then. We could do Stardew Valley for real. It'd be so comfy. Wait. Oh no, okay. Okay, oh no, we have a lot of options. We have a lot of options. I think this one will maybe lead me to the secrets. If we could eat... Well, okay, maybe not. There's some dudes there. This would maybe lead me to the secrets. He's came running at me yelling, "Where have you been?" And Cool Wife will take you to the plants. She has the green thumb. Yeah, I would just kill the plants. I'll do animals instead. I can do animals. Oh, hello. I was gonna say, I heard you. You will fall on top of us again. Sorry, I'll say on top of us instead. We'll become part of a commune and therefore become communists. Got him. Just destroying this poor boy's hard-earned catapult. And tripping all over himself. Oh, you have no health at all. Ah!
The fun begins.
Okay, not that that really helped because you're already dead, but whatever.
Yes, I'd love a dance.
We've learned something today. I was proud of that one. Thank you for clappies. Go mining and fight monsters. Oh my god, imagine if there was actually just a mine full of monsters near the Coolsty Estate. Oh wait, I was gonna break this. I learned how to do that. Oh, ah! Oh, I couldn't even have done this without the ability. Harsh? Oh, is that too far? No, it's not. Ah. So what's on the right side then? New Pictos! Crit 34%? Damage taken is randomly multiplied by a value... What? Okay. Interesting! Damage taken is randomly multiplied by a value between 50 and 200%. But I already get one shot all of the time, so it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. So what's on this side then? This must be extra. Being around animals every day is a dream? Just cows and chickens. Chicken cows.
Good stuff.
Oh. That was all? Alright, we take those. Okay, and then there's just you. I've already killed so many of you, unfortunately. You like that one streamer who owns an animal sanctuary? I would be like that one streamer. I would love to be like that one streamer. Oh, wait, right. I guess, yeah, it doesn't really matter if you fall over or not, does it? Not really. Because you don't really have much health.
Spicy.
Things truly are getting spicy, no, you're so right. Oh, you're gonna get full health. Oh, that was way too early. Rip CL. Rip CL immediately. Oh, you're resistant to that, okay. We will do our best in that case.
For now.
Should have done that earlier. Okay, the reason it makes that noise is because we're still in the middle of aiming a gun. It turns out. Oh, I do want to resurrect CL again, though. I have the time for that. Verso can do it.
Let's carve a path.
Verso, resurrect her friend. She doesn't deserve this disrespect. The difference is actually just insane, though. Normal attacks from normal people without the gun upgrade or staff is 700 versus 4K. Just a small difference. Just a tiny, tiny difference. Don't worry about it. Barely a difference at all, really. Need to do the math and we can go to the mines and fight. You ever get him? I really do. I don't know about chicken cows. That would be the type of animals. Actually. Obvious? A lot of money and work to do, though. Lunati, hello! Lunati, I'm so powerful. I've let go of not being powerful. I was trying to make the game really, really, really challenging for myself. Because I was like, I'm playing on expert, I want to be challenged. But it's impossible because I'm just too powerful. How's everyone's level doing? Oh, Mal and Luna need to be swapped in at some point. Because that's just not right. This is not correct. Now it's 60. It's literally counting down, though. Or no, wait, it isn't. We had the other one. We had 70. Yeah, wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna have to rewatch this and think about it. Gonna have to. I'm probably gonna respec them at some point. I'm literally, I'm gonna take luck out, potentially. Just go full might. If I went full might on Monaco right now, he would have capped gunshots easily, easily. Literally no competition there. Playing on expert, I knew you were powerful from the get-go. No, but like, I'm overpowered. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm just so dumb strong. I killed a boss just now, optional boss, and they never even got a turn. I'm not even kidding. They never got a turn. I killed them without them being able to do a single thing. Jinzee loves getting one shot. I do! I do love getting one shot. Like, fuck me up, daddy. But that's just not happening. It is just not happening. No one is giving me that step on me energy that I so crave. It's the worst. It's okay. Maybe the true paintress will. Oh, hello. Is that Renoir? I said what I said. I feel like it would be Renoir. And that's the paintress? She's walking away. Why? Why are you walking away? Verso, explain. Verso is not explaining.
Who is she fighting?
Her husband?
Wow, that fighting is a big word there. She walked away. Want Renoir to step on me? Oh, he can do that. He can decapitate you too. So far, I haven't watched any lore story videos on this game. I'll wait for yours. Don't do that to yourself. You want to know more. If you want to hear stories, you go watch some lore videos. Don't let me be your only lore person. Oh, huh. Hello? I was gonna say, you will attack me. Wish. Time to reset sets and leave them all at 0. Nah, I feel like it's okay. At this point, the game is just not for that. I don't think the game was made for people like me who just like really do want to get stepped on. I think it would just increase the length of the fight, but not much else. Oh, where are you, buddy? Hello? Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh, huh? Huh. Interesting. Hey, little guy. I think you should go home now. I think it's time. Yeah, I think it's time, buddy. It's time. It's time right now. Hey, Emily. Hello. Good morning. Pretty sure I already know everything, but it's fun to hear other people's thoughts and speculations. Oh, you're no, hold on. You're supposed to go to the right. What do you mean? It's kind of rewarding you for learning the game at this point. Yeah. And that's okay too. I'm not mad about that. I think when I hear expert, I just kind of make an assumption of what that would mean combat-wise. Okay, I didn't even get first hit, but I'm still going to kill you very easily, aren't I? It's still going to happen no matter what. Sun's getting real low, big guy. Like, I don't even have to aim for anyone's head. Oh, we're stuck on that one. All right. That's okay, too. Not very random of you, but we take those. Random circle who? You know? Yeah, see, no longer gain AP on parry, +1 AP on getting hit. I knew I had that one. See, that one's just like, okay, take it to the face. Take it to the face. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Okay, wait. Yes, thank you. I said, thank you. I do love the petanque and mime music. Am I even going to find out what this one does? Is that what you do? That's what you do? Ah, okay. And then it does like no damage when you're just attacking. It doesn't know that I literally have gun build right now. It doesn't understand that. I'm so sorry about that. It is going to hurt you more than me. I am lying. I'm just trying to make you feel better. I got a lot of points back for that though, actually. Did I remove that? Oh, I should have actually... Well, yeah. Actually, yeah. I should make you replay after, because what is the point not to? would say they probably don't expect me to have such a powerful gun build right now, but they would. They made the game. They know. They know.
The bitter dregs.
The bitter dregs. Bye, buddy. No damage. Oh, he doesn't really give me anything particularly interesting outside of the Lumina. Just nice, but... This is amazing. Why do people have so much trouble with that one? Oh, because they have no gun builds? Little whines for Petanque. She's delighting in his pain. Okay, listen, I already felt bad for the Petanque before. But I'm past that now. We don't do that anymore. We no longer feel sorry for the Petanques. Is this the continuation? I think it is. Oh, hello. Oh, you go down.
An advantage.
I want to go down here though, because I think I can go over the water. Maybe? Can I go over the water? Oh, hello. Worthwhile anyway. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not until later, but there's definitely a thing there that allows your thing. I obliterated everything, truly. I think some folks also forget to look for shootables. Oh, I look for shootables all the time. It's what I do. Like, there's literally a hook there. Can I just... Oh, from here? Maybe? Yes, okay. Can never destroy those. I didn't have a good gun build. I found a weapon on Monaco that allows me to shift through my wheel whenever you free shoot, and also I think it's like 100% extra damage on shooting. Yeah, free aim shots deal 100% more damage with all masks except Almighty. So then I just use Almighty to replay. And that's it. Oh, is that it? Oh yeah, I guess that's all this is for. So you're an expedition member too. Do you have an armband? Do you have an armband? Jinzee, that's not gonna allow you to see more. Okay, I know. Your point. I don't see armbands there. We like how many tools the devs give for creative builds to also be powerful. Oh yeah, no, this I feel like the gun build, the gun auto attack build, I think is the easiest build. It's you don't really have to think about it too much. It's just unload your gun and do replays, like replay abilities, and that's it. Okay, it feels like that's where you want me to go, so we'll go here first. Especially once I found that weapon for Verso with just like auto attack replay. I'm not using it now because the damage is just not very high on it. But, oh my god. Jesus! Hello? Oh god, it's fucking mime! I was just talking about how much I like your music, but maybe I take it back because you suck. Maybe because I hate you, I will take it back. Very familiar with all the mechanics they have? I just smashed through the game, truly.
Let's carve a
They
path.
never stood a chance. I'd say there's an even easier build, but I don't know, spoilers. Could I already make the build right now? I don't really like people telling me about good builds because I like to fiddle around with those a little bit. Literally suspending disbelief in art. Super looking forward to your inevitable video about this. Oh yeah, I already definitely will make a video. I just have to figure out my thoughts. Good at building and also considering to do rebuilds. I like messing with the Pictos a lot. It's available way early too? Really? You think that's an easier build than press L2, press R2 attack? Because I'm a little curious. Maybe tell me after the game. Just gonna see a mime in real life just dropkick him. I'm just gonna come in flying with my gun. You can, but I don't think you would. Why do you hate mime? Because they are everywhere. Yeah, you can tell me after the game is over, because I'm curious. I have your feet. I have everyone's feet here. I do not need your feet. Not even doing a replay for him. He doesn't need it.
The fun begins.
Fun begins. No, I don't want that one. Alright. Kill you first? Yeah. The mine will get an attack off, obviously, because there's just so many of them. Actually, no, we are gonna let you do a replay right now. Right now.
Bitter dregs.
Why not? You are literally all of my damage at this point. Oh wait, does that kill you? Oh no, okay. Thank God. That would have been unfortunate. Okay, we're taking you down after, obviously. I only need one shot for you, right? One shot, one kill. Again! Do I want to use a regular attack? No, not really. Not really.
You're outmatched.
You're outmatched. Well, I'm just gonna use gun for you right now. You can die, I think. Oh, actually, yeah, no, I can. Well, yeah. Jinzee, make up your mind. Okay, sorry. Oh. I did not expect it to do that much damage. Hi, buddy. You get one attack and that's it. Make it count. You didn't make it count. Nice try, though. Your stun is basically full. Are you kidding? Okay.
A proper challenge.
A proper challenge, truly. Actually, yeah, I will get my stuff back, will I? Well, no. Yeah, I will. For when I break you. I will break you on Verso.
Ready to strike.
Even though you're already S.
Break.
And then they did. It was a fun ride though. Wait, which one? The harder parts? I really loved how much I had to learn combat before. Honestly, that was fun for me. You're telling me there are too many mimes? Yes, but I am shrinking the population if that helps. You're critically endangered because of Jinzee. Well, I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, a little bit. Oh, that would be a 9. Damn. Okay. Well. Could make everyone powerful. Instead. Do I just want to give it a... Yeah, I would just give it to him. Fuck it.
Your turn to shine.
Your turn to shine. It's always his time to shine. Because I do... Like, look at that damage. That's 1 gunshot. It costs 1 AP. I can do it as many times as I actually have... as I have AP. And then I can replay with this and do it again and get an extra AP, and it's just... And I don't even have, like, rewarding mark. I don't even have the application AP. I will be even more powerful soon. Which is insane. I got voluminous. So voluminous? Voluminous? That's CL's? No, it's yours. Oh, I don't know how that will look on you. I don't think it'll look very good. Oh, actually, no, it is kind of cute. Wait, that's kind of cute. Oh, I kind of like this on her. I do not hate this. I still think I prefer the double braids, also because it's just more combat oriented. But it is kind of cute. It is kind of cute. This is mime slaughter. Oh, we'll do it again. Huh. You're just taking all my lights. Feels like a trap. This was so deep underground as well. Holy. Maybe that's why they took the lights. Because they were stuck underground. Maybe they made the lights. I feel bad for the mimes? No. Excuse me. Very sneezy today. Hey, buddies! Oh, it's one of you! Do I have your legs? Bless up, thank you. Is this where the dirt man keeps his dirt? Yes. The light is so we can find appropriate amounts of dirt. I almost feel like the rest of my party is just here as decoration.
Now the fun begins.
It's just all you. It's all this man. Don't think I'm wrong in that.
Getting spicy.
Getting spicy. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, then do I give him another go? You bet I do. Not that one. And being able to replay because of CL is dumb strong. Just absolutely silly. Ridiculous. I might even say. Oh, I should have killed you the first time, eh? Okay, well, we're gonna do that one on you. I don't really care that it loses a little bit of damage.
A bit of violence, yes.
Moral support, yeah. Monaco and his cheer squad, literally. Actually, though. Oh, no, you can't die yet. Oh, but now you're golds. That's okay. Again! Okay, if we hit gold now, I won't. Okay. Alright, alright. He gets to do something! Not a lot, but he gets to do something! The damage isn't even remotely similar! Yeah, CL gets to do something! Yeah, go CL. You know what? You can even attack him. A normal amount, which is still a good amount. It's just it's so unnecessary. Because now you're dead. Ew, an enemy turn? Ugh. Well, they have to do something somewhere at some point. I gotta put someone else in. I gotta. Monaco is obviously staying, but Verso, get out. CL, maybe you can stay as well. I don't know. Monaco is soloing anyway. Alright, let's get them some levels. They feel neglected. Can't have that. My poor girls. Oh, I can jump up here. I can jump up there and I can also go through here. I'm guessing I need to go through here, but... What is that sound? Oh, hello. 1 AP on hitting an enemy's weakness. Yeah, I don't mind if I do, honestly. Who are we giving that to? I guess, well, this one's for speed, though. This one's also speed. It's not the same height, though. Or no, it's better, actually. And it has crits. This one's objectively better. I feel like it's the painting making that noise. Yeah, it's moving. Weird. Upsetting. I also am definitely a loot goblin. That does not help in making me far too powerful.
Good stuff.
I want it all. Oh, I gotta go back to buy that other picto from that one guy, too. Oh, that's the Zeppelins! That's the flying machines they were talking about. It is also all here. I wonder if she's just painting them. Maybe she's just adding them because she's painting... She's painting them back here. I don't know. That would be weird, though. Does she paint everyone back? Are the void kids, the people with holes in their face, just their past memories? She's trying to put them back together. And now it's 70 again. I don't get it, buddy. I don't get it. Everyone's so fast. They did get A level. That's something. Oh wait, how am I on skills now? How many do you have? Okay, we're kind of clearing up here. Not gonna lie. Kind of clearing up. Embrace loot goblin? Oh, I never won't. Oh, hello.
Good stuff.
That's a whole boat? Just flying places? Are you an enemy? Or do you want to talk? Oh! See, this one's one that seems to have taken, like, they take the color out. I wish I could find another one of those. What? Oh no, you are an enemy. I don't know. I'm looking for the colorless Nevrons. I haven't found any in ages, so I wonder how they're doing. Why don't you get it? Expedition 70? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Could I just straight up kill you right now? Yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind. I will not be doing that. I will first punch you in the face. You specifically.
What lovely feet.
Okay, well, that, yeah. That was really sad, buddies. That was... You were not trying. Oh, my longer shield got an upgrade. So did my Troubadour. I will not be using those, but thank you so much. It seemed like he was just vibing. There's a loud noise there. Oh, hello. Why do you seem different? It's so goofy, because nothing lives. Nothing lives. It's not my fault, okay? It's not my fault. They just don't have any health. Truly. And I am so powerful. I have no more natural enemies. They don't exist. I just don't have any. I'm asking why you seem to be confused by seeing a flag? Because it's rotating the same flags. We had 70 at the start. And it hasn't happened before. My unbridled path of victory theme over in one turn, literally. I wonder if it's on purpose. Hey, hello, what are you guarding? Gun, truly the most powerful enemy. What happens when you give too many feet to Monaco? It's, you know, it's the weapon though.
Yes.
It's not even the feet, it's the weapon. It is truly just the weapon. It's demolishing them. I don't know why I'm even still aiming. Because he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. You just do this. Oh, I gave it feet and now he's picked up arms. Yes. He's carrying the party. Beyond necessary limits. I'm so proud of him. He was already... I said he was really powerful before, but now...
Wow.
Ah, wow, wow. Maybe I should just give him all my Lumina. You can't respec Lumina. Lumina is a permanently given, but I feel like if you could technically just give all your Lumina to one person and make them ridiculously powerful very early on. I feel like that is an option. I'm sure someone has done that. I guess if you're soloing, if you're going for a solo run, probably will go for a solo run at some point. That sounds fun. Oh, wait. Oh, no? No? Okay. I think there's a rope there for that one. I feel like I could have made that. I'm hovering after all. This is the, yeah, this is the same battlefield again. Thank you, the follow. Welcome in. They are anonymous.
Wow.
Ow, wow, wow. He has one mode, and it is ow, wow, wow. Hey, buddy. I forgot to inform you about your funeral. Don't think I ever got that weapon. Clearly left alone on the table with this game. That's okay, though. I mean, you don't need it. You do not need it. Clearly, you don't need it. Maybe I should just AoE people. Maybe it's time to just AoE people. It is actually a 10k crit at times with gun. A 10k crit with gun is ridiculous. He almost just killed everyone at once. The only reason he didn't is because I didn't do a replay. And then you have everyone else who's also there, who's definitely is doing damage, but it is completely unnecessary. Because from this point forward, Monaco just has everything. Go solo run. Oh, Branson. Has accomplished a great feat of arms, Duke. We're here to talk to you about your car's warranty and your funeral arrangements. And now we got weakness gain too. Nice. Nice. It's probably also people who did like a no Pictos run. Also, an ad is about to play. Oh, it's one of those guys. Oh, I don't feel bad for those guys specifically. Haven't heard back. Oh, wait, seriously? Wait, but it has a, they gave him a headstone as well. It is Gustav's grave. They gave him a headstone. It's the mask. Two masks. That one, I think that's the rage one. The rage one and the sad one? Why not the joy one? What happened to that one? Interesting. Curious, even. A door! And it's the music from when they buried Gustav. Forgot this was here. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is wonderful.
Well, that will
L'amour d'une mère. We were just talking about conservatories with Otter. And how nice they are. And how we would all want to have a conservatory at home. Aline?
So proud of his latest creation. But at least those memories remain. What hurts more are the memories unmade. The conversations we'll never have. The time we'll never spend. I want rage to consume me. Anything to fill the hollow. But rage won't come. And I just float in an endless nothingness. The person I cannot be around is Alicia. Her pain is a broken mirror. The shards reflecting back tenfold, and every moment with her the cuts deepen and I feel myself unraveling. I know what he'll say. But this is the first time I've felt any surcease. For a few moments a day, my heart beats again.
Huh. So Aline is probably the woman, then, that we keep seeing. But it's interesting that she phrases it as anything to fill the hollow when you keep meeting people who are literally hollowed out. Maybe that's a representation of people who have already lost all of their memories by this point. And that would, like, they only have one memory left maybe then. That's the one they talk to me about. Certainly seen posts from people who went through nearly the whole game without realizing they could equip stuff with Lumina points. Oh, yes. There were people in my chat who said that too. I have a really nice one here that I really like going to. I do like flowers. I just love, like this, I would be here all of the time. And I am allergic. I would be allergic to pretty much everything here, but I would still be here all of the time because this is so nice. It's this warm environment. Warm as in emotionally warm. I don't know that I would want to walk on glass panels here, but safety concern wise. Ah, we're already out. Then she paints to retain memories, maybe. That's the underwater zone. Maybe paints to preserve. Maybe she's not the one gommaging. It's just that she's always there to let you know what's happening. But she's not responsible for it? For the disappearance of people? Per se? More skills? Really? Oh yeah, I guess. At some point you're just gonna be able to have every skill, I think. Or most of them, at least. All tucked away in the back here. Because why is this here? It can't be prior. That doesn't make sense because I don't remember which one it was, but it was definitely not one of the... Well, they also don't all have their expedition entries here. The earliest one we have here is 84. I don't even know where 83 would then be. Like, a few are just skipping? They're doing airships. Like, these are all from, like, later down. So if they are here, it can't have been after, or it can't have been before the fracture. So that means that she put them here, or she created them here. This is Lumière. This is on the map as Lumière. Snowfield. Okay, that's getting pretty close to maybe an end. You know, it's 70 again. Was it always just 70 here and nothing else? What did 70 do here then? Do I have a journal for 70? I want to say I don't. But I might. No, I don't. Okay, so I don't really know what they did yet. Oh, another one. Wait, but that's the... Yeah, that's the station. That's her. And that's Alicia? Or... Is it? Yelling at her? And then she walks away. Yeah. But then... Huh. This is the snow zone where I got my ass kicked, though.
Inside her mind. These are memories.
That would make...
How do you know that?
Her heart, her memories?
The chroma here. I can read it.
The hell is that? Wait. Oh, are you an enemy? I've never seen this one before. Are you an enemy? You are, right? You must be. Wait, what is that? I don't think I can talk to you. Yeah, no, I can't. Okay. It was worth a try. Hi, Shadow. Hello. That's me. Why are you a Gargant? Why are you moaning in the background? Why not moan in the foreground? Any more spoilers? Definitely. I mean, this whole game. You probably don't have a... Do you have a weak spot? It doesn't seem like you would. Okay. Are you going to get a turn, buddy? Oh, actually, yeah, because I don't have the replay on me right now. So I would want 2 and a leaf. And I am not getting that. But you, we can last chance at least. They are quite slow, I say, as I invest everything into speed at this point. Yeah, if you're gonna get a turn, you're not gonna get many. You're gonna get 1 if everyone doesn't die. Because you're about to break. You might anyway. Yeah, you might anyway. No leaf? No leaf. But she has pretty high break damage, so I think you're gonna die anyway. Because that one's 6. Oh, you have... Oh, because of Virtuos, of course. Yeah, alright.
Finesse and precision.
Virtuos would do that. Hmm. You were stunned immediately. This whole game? What have you been doing this whole game? Not dying, I hope. Still no leaf? Still no leaf. She's just there for the break damage. Oh yeah, and then they won't have a turn for some time again. That's kind of sad, buddy. I think this is going to be one of those again. Do I want Virtuous Stance again? I do. Wait, that costs me 1, doesn't it? It does.
Last chance.
That's not your last chance. It's literally just your opening move. Now, not to be weird about it or anything. Oh, I can do it anyway. I'm in purple. We get 1 more. Just insane damage. She never got leaves. She never got a single leaf out of that. Okay, you get 1. Well, he got an attack off. 1 person died because I have never seen his attack. Okay, well,
I can do it.
buddy, I don't know what to tell you. He got to kill 1 person. I am gonna resurrect Lune. You're about to be dead again. This enemy's design is very cool, and I wish it was a challenge. Asking things if they want to talk and running into them and then they fight me. Well, what if they did want to talk? I'm trying not to kill people who don't really want to talk, except for that one guy who was just like, I was just curious about that one. But, wait, so you weren't even guarding anything? What is this? It's a giant mace. Giant flaming mace. That was just your weapon. That's a foothold. What about over here? Oh, you can go here. Oh, hello. PV train column? It was a chance for me. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I just haven't, You really didn't loot Goblin as hard as me. I think you said you did ignore most things, right? You ignored most of the side content? Oh, hello. So then it would make sense. One more is somewhere. No idea what I was doing though. I mean, I feel like at this point I could get away with not knowing what I was doing as well. And I would still be fine. Just on account of my levels alone. Where's the last one? I hear something here maybe. Ah, yes. Fighting game is so good. It's very accessible. It really is. Nor the scaling because I didn't really know how it works, so I made everything balanced.
An advantage.
That's definitely also a build. Each successful parry increases damage by 5% until end of the following turn. See, I like that one. I would like to be parrying a lot. Who am I giving that one to? Give it to Mael right now, maybe? Yeah, we'll give it to Mael. That one costs 30. Why does that one cost 30? It's not that good. Good crit and speed on that one too, actually. I'm going for full damage, and I think that's part of it. Part of it is just because I have very deliberately gone, picto-wise and stat-wise, I've gone for damage and nothing but damage. And in so doing, I've trivialized certain things just because I don't really have to think about it. Things die before I have to think about it. Hold on, before I talk to you. Are you coin? No.
Nice.
Base attack applies powerless for 1 turn. Sure. Why not? Get another one. That's health and defense too, for some reason. Knew when I watched you, I'd learn how everything actually works. Got so much snow in my joints, it's really slowed me down. Is this what cold feels like? Yes. We can fight you. You have 2 things to fight about. Well, I mean, is he a master? No. No, I am carried by Monaco at this point. Carried by Monaco, an absolutely filthy degree. Yeah, let's just take this one. Why not?
Getting spicy.
Getting spicy. Oh, and now you run gold? Okay. Great timing. Oh, and he's not even going to attack at all because he's using it to grow bigger. Oh, buddy.
The fun begins.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Now the fun begins.
Mobile's doing that weird double message thing again. It's been doing that on Discord for people too. I got a good kick out of our duel. Let me know if you want to trade real stuff. We didn't even want to do anything. 50% to defenseless damage amplification. Oh, that's really nice too. Gargadon. Oh, you sell a healing tin shard? Well, I'm not already using that one. While having at least one active sun charge, apply 1 burning stack per hit taken. Counterattacks apply burn per active sun charge. Well, I don't have them, so I might as well take them. Here, I have that one too. Is that we're buying you out anyway. Nice jog around the mountain not to wake me up. Alright, and equip that on too. I don't need these. I really don't. These are unnecessary. Once again. We're taking them though. I went from maximizing speed and AP generation at this point, which really broke the game. It is easy to break the game, I think. But I also don't think that the people who created the game care about that aspect. I don't think they are trying to make an inaccessible game in terms of... I think they want us to feel powerful by this point, maybe.
Perfect.
I wonder if they'll, like, disempower you at some point for that reason. Feels like a play they could make. Oh, nothing? Nothing, tra-la-la. It's the dancers! You need the power. Breaking the game is part of the fun. Yeah, I'm just... Almighty Mask too? Yeah, I'm only using anything else on Almighty because at that point... Do I have your legs? At that point, it doesn't do 100% increased damage. Almighty is the only one that doesn't. Hey, so remember when I took fucking forever killing these dancers? Do you guys remember that? When I sat here for hours? Oh, you counterattack! Incredible. I love that. I mean, you're not living, obviously, but... I remember I learned their parries so well and I will never have to do it again. Guys are openly admiring some of the ridiculous builds people had made that hadn't occurred to them. Oh dear. What have people done?
An advantage.
The advantage is money. Just like in the real world. Okay, that is the dead end. Good. Also just like these hook machines. Like, where does that come from? Did missions bring that in? Like, I can't imagine that they did. It seems cumbersome and useless. Hello again? You're also a dancer. Oh. Sure, step on me, why not?
What lovely feet.
What lovely feet. You should take them. Oh, right, sorry. I guess you died again. We're aiming this time. Properly?
The fun begins.
So cheeky. It is so cheeky. Now it's Almighty again. Okay, you know what? Here, have a Chalier combo. Gun would probably still be more powerful, but who knows? It doesn't really matter. Okay, so I guess I gave her some form of gun anyway. She still does a decent amount of damage there. I think the game is balanced for story run-throughs, so doing all the extra content overpowers you. I never felt overpowered even on story difficulty. I think it's purely Pictos. It's purely the Pictos you pick up from the side content that do it. Because I think most of the Pictos I found that are as powerful as they are, that synergize so well with guns, are side content things. I know you don't have to use them either, but I'm gonna. Oh god, there's not sufficient disk space to continue recording. Not again! This cannot keep happening. This is why I need to finish that Final Fantasy XII video very soon. 30% increased critical chance per ice stain. Plus 5% of a gradient charge on critical hits. Probably still not use that one, actually. I know that life. I know what a no Pictos run would be like. I feel like there's people who have done that at this point. Pretty sure they have. Or I guess you're just using mostly parries then. Weapon scaling still is a thing. I think weapon scaling would still make a very big difference. You could still get very overpowered either way. A piano? Can I play it? No. That would have been cute though. Oh, hello. We're like, how do you not have space? Like, yeah, we use our PCs very differently. Do they know how big stream recordings get? Very big. Oh, they're just kind of looking out. Are you people I haven't killed yet? You look a little different, perchance.
The fun begins.
No, I have killed you before because I have your feet. Interesting. Here, we'll use this one right now.
What lovely feet.
I'm also usually working on several things, right? I need space to keep for compilations, but I also need space for recordings for main channel videos. Which, thankfully, I do have an external hard drive that I got sent from Robertson, so that helps a lot.
A storm is coming.
Still. I still run out of space all of the time. Dansu summons a clone. It's not even your turn, babe.
Okay.
Babe, it's not even your turn. What do you mean? Wait, are you coming in first? No way. No, you're not. Okay. You don't get to play with us. You don't get to sit with us. Also, the break damage she does. Those video files add up quick. They really do. Gotta get yourself a NAS. Wait, a what? I'm sorry, a what? I'm also leveling at an absolutely ridiculous speed right now. Because I am not taking damage because things die before they can do anything. So I'm just gonna, it's gonna snowball. But I keep saying I've made my peace with that. I have to, but I gotta am. Oh, hello. I just can't stop myself, you know?
Nice.
I like when number go up. I like when number big. Number huge. But number can't be bigger than 10k, unfortunately. I feel like it is meaningful also. Oh, it is one of those. I feel like it's meaningful that this is a train station. You know, symbolically. Am I taking the train? Welcome to my train station. Where do you want to go? Where can you take us? From here, your next destination is Lumiere, my hometown. Alright then. Wait, hold on. Can I jump past it? No. Okay, we are actually taking the train. Your train station? Yes, and Maman just bought me a new train. Your Maman bought you an entire train? Yes, she knows how much I love them. The boy turns back to admire his train. Okay, where can you take us? Let's go to Lumiere. Actually? No way. Network attached storage device. Oh. I do not have one of those. I should just work on my videos faster. I should just work more. Wait, stop, it's actually Lumiere. But a copy of Lumiere? It feels like it looks the same. Can't go past there. Interesting. Uh-oh, he likes terrains! Interesting though, that they... It does seem very much like one of those stories where it's a holding on to the past for dear life situation. Here, we leveled again. We can't be stopped. We simply cannot be stopped. Wait. Hmm? So fast! You get your new computer, you could turn the current one into an ass. No, I'm giving this one to Nick because his computer is literally dying. Like, actually literally dying. His computer is even older than mine. It's very dire. That's the same monument. Then it almost feels like it's not a fracture. Or like they were trying to save us by moving us away. To some degree. But also it wouldn't make sense because we do die eventually. They even have the flowers. Even weirder. No mimes though. I say hopefully. I don't think yeah. No? Oh, it felt like the music maybe would not change here. I'm not gonna aim. It is unnecessary. Oh wow, okay. Sure. Let's not kill anybody there.
The fun begins.
The fun begins. Okay, you get one aim. Wait, do you have one of those? Actually, I should give those... Should I give those to her? I should give those to her. Give her everything. Because you would die immediately. Oh, you're also weak to that. I see. Here you go. That's 2. It's only 6 though. Okay. Not a full one, I see. Do I want to become virtuous or do I just attack you? I think it doesn't really matter. You won't die in one go. But you'll die afterwards regardless. A fire attack, okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, you're only attacking... No, you aren't. I was gonna say, that kills the entire team, I think. That's okay. For a little Nas X? In your room? Don't know about that one, but yeah, sure. You're gonna do the same one? You are. Okay, let's see. Oh, I did it. It did that one again. I did that one again, too. Oh, that one does... See, it does attack you, but it's like a side attack. Interesting. Okay. Jesus! Oh, plus 1 AP on parry leveled up for that one. See, I don't heal people either. I don't heal them because, whatever. If I die, it was deserved. Everyone stays on 1 HP for the rest of their lives. It's where they belong. Why not? Yeah? Alright, okay, well, I'd rather you than me, I guess. You guys hiding anything? Seems like you might. You're not, though. They're just letting me walk around. Huh. Wonder how Trash Man handled his gommage. I bet he still got gommage. Did you name game pretty? I did know! Oh, we are immediately on that one. We didn't really need that one. Ooh, I could even do my AoE if I wanted to. Do I want to do my AoE? What's my AoE again? Heavy mask for 3. We can try. Maybe. Oh yeah, we do get it actually. Alright, let's heavy mask for 3. Let's do something other than gun. still kills you. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Do you want to use an ability that is not what we're using right now? Let's use Elemental Trick. Let's do something new.
Elements converge.
Not ideal, but it's something. Yeah, gun is still best for you, I think. You would still want gun. Wait, you have feet? Did we not get feet because we died? There's no way. I did it again, didn't I? Yep. Ah! Okay, so that is a parry still. Alright, okay. So that does count for everyone else. That's good to know. We are not on fire, so I can actually bring you back. And I will.
I won't lose again.
Well, you might. It's a lot of damage. Well, everyone has 1 health. Everyone has 1 health. Now you get the foots. Okay, so he does have to live. I didn't realize. Chevalier Ice? Yes, ice. Deals high ice damage to all enemies. 3 hits. I mean, that's okay. I don't think I'll use it. Okay, waiting for the enemy to fall over, literally. Just wants to eat those feeties. And he deserves it. He's carrying us after all. Interesting that these flowers are vibrant. These have color. Why is that? Everything else seems very similar in colors. Sorry, when I say colors, I mean like vibrant, different colors. Not the yellows and the rusts and the anything else. Interesting. Oh! I glance over and I just see an onslaught.
Good stuff.
Thank you. Oh, is that... That's supposed to be from... Eiffel Tower? Is this also... Does some of them just stand out more? Like this chair. It stands out more over everything else. Who are you? Do we recognize you? No, I don't think so. Can I play this piano? No. What's that sound? What is that sound? This is an objectively sad zone for me. I know it's the music doing it in large part, but they're doing a good job of it. Congratulations, I feel sad. Oh, are you gonna do another one? Where? Oh, there. Oh, but that looks exactly like the Faceless Boy. The Faceless Boy is Memories of Versa? Then his father... Wait, his father wanted him to paint instead then? Because his mother seems supportive here. But I think he said both his parents. And they always look the same. Then the man might be... Renoir? When we meet the faceless ones? Oh. Wait. I cannot read that at all because I am not French. Unfortunate. Desperately forgot to grime up that chair. I feel like it's on purpose. What do you like so far the most about this game and about the combat? I really like the combat initially because it was quite difficult.
I don't understand.
Verso? You okay?
Yeah, it was definitely Verso.
Yeah, fine. Let's keep moving.
It was definitely Verso. I like the combat at the start because it was difficult. I had to learn the parries for everything to make it out alive because I built glass cannon. At this point, I am so powerful it doesn't really matter. But that aspect of the combat I liked a lot. Now I'm mostly here for the story. I love how the game looks as well. It's just a beautiful game in general. Just existing in the world is very pleasant. Oui, oui, ho, ho, ho. I can neither confirm nor deny. Baguette, baguette. Truly, sometimes just baguette, baguette. You gonna circle? I kind of hope you do. You probably will. Thank you. No mime so far, though.
The bitter dregs.
The bitter dregs. Okay, yeah, you're not gonna make it out. You're not gonna make it out in one piece. Does that kill you? It does not, but it's pretty close. You are on fire, though. That's helpful. I'll go for you instead. So you don't have enough damage for me to make that make sense. Probably switch her out again. Yeah, so you can have that one instead. You get powerless for it, but I don't really need powerless either. It's really just Monaco, and then it makes sense to have CL because CL can make him play again.
Danger.
Oh, you didn't? Oh no, you did die. Okay. I didn't do it this time. Oh, that was too late. Or, sorry, too early, I should say.
Now the fun begins.
Does it? I can resurrect at least. Wait, but you're already almost dead. I should just resurrect you. Well, yeah, no. I should resurrect you right now. Jinzee, don't be mean to Lune. Uncalled for. Oh wait, dude. I thought he got another attack. Oh, I lied, clearly. Well, I have Ice Lance. Or sorry, not Ice Lance. I think I only need like 4 for Mayhem. Or 3 even. I feel like that will kill you anyway. Here, have a Mayhem. Have a Mayhem as a treat. 3 mimes at a trench coat. Well, we had one trying to... what's the word? Ambush me behind a tree. Ow, wow, wow. So maybe... Never say never. Oh yeah, you are walking around. That's a harp. Maybe the harp was more for the mother? I will kill this one because you never know if they drop anything interesting. You never know. Julie's somewhere in the back alley playing the piano, laughing at us being sad. Julie's very good at making very heart-wrenching music, so that would check out. Do I want to AoE? I do, I think. That means I would go for you, and I want 3. Ah, Jesus. Whomst. Oh, it's a spam. Of course it's a spam. When isn't it? Ah, we take those. We take those. Why not? I'm already on 1. We're always on 1. Clearly that is the way to go. Okay, well, now I don't have to aim. At all. I feel like that deserved a kill. But I'll allow it. Love getting scam calls. It's funny every time. No, they're texting me. They always text you something like, hey, are we still on for tonight or something? Or like, hey, I forgot our dates. Or I don't know. Something along that line. Wait, is this where I'm... No, this is where I came from. Jinzee, this is where you came from. Why are you here? That's not as fun. I know. I do not want to go on a date with a scam caller, I think. I think I would be upset to be there. Okay, so I went there, and then I went through the left side. So it's... I don't want to miss anything here. And this also looks exactly the same. So that must mean that is literally... We had the same lumiere at one point. We must have. Which means the fracture, I think, is really... It was them saving us. Giving us a little bit more time, maybe. Which is equally sad, knowing that everyone you love is going to die. I think maybe they were just trying to buy me a new time. Potentially they're trying to rebuild it to a point where they can make it more permanent. Oh wait, is this where I'm supposed to go? Because then I don't want to go there. Oh, no, maybe this is where they want me to go. Because this is the tree. It's where you found Sophie. Sophie. This also... Oh, there's... Okay, this diverges in a lot of paths right now. Then I don't think this was where I was supposed to go. I think I'm supposed to take whatever path would otherwise lead me to the harbor. Potentially. Is your favorite character in general and why? Who's your favorite for combat? It changes a lot, honestly. I love all of the characters. I am very partial to Verso and Monaco. Monaco is my favorite because he's just so fucking funny. But whoever is favorite for combat is just whoever I get the new toy for. Right now that's Monaco because he is just ridiculously strong. With his singular gunshots as being 10k damage. If he has luck. And I didn't even build for might. No one has might. We're all speed and crit. Just scam people to their faces. Exactly. Julie did play the Lumiere theme on her stream yesterday. She says it's not ready, but it's coming on really well. Yeah, she said she was learning new songs. I need to talk to that person. Oh, you're all big. Okay, but this one goes first. Okay, we get a replay. Means you will die no matter what, I think. Do we get a green? No, we do not. Will I still use the green? No, probably not. Oh, now you're green. I see how it is. All right, we will attack you for now. All right. Oh, it's going to shuffle you out. I forgot about that. See, Lune does not currently have a very powerful build. For the minute, anyway. Okay, she did get lucky at least.
Overflowing with energy.
Literally. Do I want something new for that? Lightning Dance? Probably. On you? Because this one is her highest damage ability, but it's not very high. Because I didn't really build around it. Unfortunately. She's so cool. No, true. Okay. I could potentially kill you. Actually, I should have probably just gone for you anyway. Shouldn't I have? Considering... I should have. You're getting a turn now. I didn't realize how slow the other one was. Oh no, you're dead anyway! Oh god, okay. Well then it doesn't really matter. Wait, no, we take those. We keep those. We take those, we keep those. I guess it was his burn. No almighty, but that's okay. Just outrageous amounts of damage from this man. What are you hiding? It's whoever put these things up. Okay, hold on. Let me grab this first.
Perfect.
There's one of those too. That was
Charge.
Expedition 70. Yeah.
We finally installed the last set of grapple points, with only days to spare. And for the first time, I feel real hope. This is our gift for all the expeditions to come. I am incredibly proud of our team. The interior of the monolith is perhaps the harshest landscape we've encountered. The final set of grapple points were excruciatingly complex to place and required painstaking focus and skill. But we were bold. We were ambitious and we refused to stop. There's no other group of people I'd rather be with, and it is an honor to die by their side. It is fitting that we greet our end together within the monolith that has loomed over us for so long. Though this Nevron has won the battle, the expeditions shall win the war. Tomorrow is here.
How did they get in here? How did they get in here without killing Axons? Without breaking the barrier? The barrier can't always have been here then. I don't think that, because there would have been expedition logs about killing them. Interesting. All my points in might, agility, and luck. I have maxed out luck, and I'm working on agility now. After that, I'll probably be might as well, yeah. Which is insane because now everything dies before anything happens. Build around shields for my parry mistake. So when we literally nothing matters at this point. Hello, Alexander. Hello. Good time zone. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that is where I need to go. But there wasn't there a side? No, maybe not. Oh yeah, no, I could take sides here. Yeah, this is the cafe.
An advantage.
It's all exactly the same. It feels so weird because maybe I just misunderstood. But I thought that they were both part of the same city. Can't have rebuilt it exactly the same way. That's literally impossible. Would you remember that? Neither confirm nor deny. Thought about that either. They get into the barrier, right? By all accounts, they shouldn't have been able to. But then I have questions about the gestrels in that respect as well. And I really think that there must have been something happening before the fracture. I mean, what even made the fracture happen? So I gotta figure that out first. Okay, I could use heavy. Do I want to use heavy? Sure, I do. Still, what is it? 1, 2, 3. Nullified! I see! Okay, good to know. Good to know. I should swap you out first. So light and dark character.
Okay.
Are you okay? We're gonna actually give you your virtuos this time. Because they are too slow.
Last chance.
Well, it's hella drenched in blood. Everyone is, because they're pretty much all on 1 HP, because it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Not really.
The bitter dregs.
You're not gonna die before then. Well, actually you might. Okay, I'll have to let my L have that one. So she can get the points. Because she's on Virtuos now, so it does roughly the same amount of damage. You at least won't get much off, I want to say. Okay, one more on that one. No, 2 more, okay. I don't think Flurry of Fury is going to be good for that. I think I'm just going to do a normal attack after, because you do get a double hit. Yeah, you do. There you go. Got this little girl. Okay, we're going to swap Luna out. We're swapping Luna out for Verso ACL. What is still Verso damage-wise? Actually, we can swap everyone out. This is just the best combo right now because they get to just carry Monaco. They get to carry Monaco around on their shoulders. Oh, wait. Is this where the harbor would be? Maybe it is, actually. Are they at 1 HP? Oh, because it doesn't matter. They get one shot anyway. Once their shields get broken, anything will pretty much one-shot them. Or 2-shot them at best. So it's more like, it's a get good build. I mean, for Monaco, it doesn't matter, especially because he does have he gets 50% extra crit under 50% health or 30% health, and he has the 50% damage increase for that as well. I didn't put that on the rest. It's just, there's no real point in healing them. Victor doesn't clean them up at 1 HP, right? They should. But no, they're just going to be drenched in blood for the rest of their lives. That's their life now. Luna's my favorite. She's always in my team. Love her attack animations. I just don't have a good build for her right now. I don't have a build that is as powerful as the other ones. I did before. I'm probably gonna rebuild her again, but she doesn't have weapons that I'm interested in building around for now. Whereas everyone else does. Might change Verso again too, though. I feel like I change everyone's builds a little bit before every stream. We don't need to try too hard with these, right? Oh, sure, we'll use this one. Nice try. I could just make you play again. I really like CL's animations.
Here's your card.
I kind of wish that I had a higher damage limit so she can actually shine, because right now her damage limits are kind of ruining it for her. Oh, that's a different animation. I see. Oh, see, everyone is alive anyway except for the person who doesn't have shields. That's why it doesn't even matter. When you can play this game, I'm gonna rebuild again, literally. Literally though. I'm thinking of doing a little bit of prepping for Vagrant Story as well. I think I might do the combining on my own. Because I kind of feel like maybe people don't like, I don't know, people really don't like seeing me sit in a menu for ages. Which is why I do the builds off stream. Because otherwise you'd just be watching me like, look at Pictos. Only that's very interesting. Personally. Do I want to go this way? No, that is definitely where I have to go. It is the harbor. It's like the literal heart. It's paint sounds. That's what it is. It's paint sloshing. Sloshing paint. Sounds a little bit dire. What's the time? Oh, am I overtiming? I think I am. Because otherwise I would have to stop right before whatever is here, and I do kind of want to know what's here. You took her somewhere. I never used her in my main team. I feel like her in general is good for longer endurance matches because of how her mechanic work. Yeah, you don't really get to build her up if things die so quickly. Because she needs at least 2 abilities just to get her started. And then that ability falls off again. Like getting her generation going I think would be... Oh, hello. Oh, you're both, aren't you? I think it would be very satisfying if you could pull it off. It's just that the game is too fast for it. Clair Obscur? Shut your mouth. It's a boss. The Clair Obscur from Clair Obscur. Play map painting games, aka Paradox, grand strategy games. Like 80% of them are in menus. Yeah, but like... Are you watching people do that though? You know? As I feel not really. Okay, we will let you blitz this time because we will actually have to be here.
Let's go fast.
For a minute.
I think I'll improvise.
I think I'll improvise. The improvisation is still gone.
Things are getting spicy.
Things are getting spicy. So we can't use your big ability. Because that would be dark. That's physical, so that can be used.
The fun begins.
Might have to change to my different team anyway. I kind of don't want you to die there. So we'll attack you. Just in case. Because I think it might kill you. Could have killed you. They said the thing! Roll credits! We found her! The Clair Obscur! Actually, I could just make you play right now. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. It's all you, Monaco. Everything. Everything is always all you. He's my carry, truly. It's very underwhelming encountering Clair Obscur just like that. I think it's pretty cool. I kind of like that it's just here. And also the fact that it's actually light dark. Not as much as I did. Oh, there you go. See? Same brain. Well, I mean, what else do you say in this moment, you know? Okay, wait, no, you can't die yet, though. You can still take a bit of a beating. More beating? Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, no, I can kill you now. Let's get rid of these characters at least. Yeah, it's gonna have to be. Well, this would kill you, so I don't want to do that. Give that one to Verso.
Let's carve a path.
Oh, that's why I didn't give you the doubles anymore. Oh, okay. I think I kept the doubles on me, though. Oh, okay. Well, I guess you're living. But you're still slower than your boy. Ah. Okay, it's only... Oh, okay, well... I mean... you're hitting the air at this point. You're hitting the air, buddy. Okay, you have too much for that, so I have to use it. But I do want to resurrect also. The music is very good here too. Surprise! Oh, you immediately went for that. Okay, well then we'll just resurrect you on you. Might as well. Alright, all we want from you now is AP. That is all we want. And I do want you to have an S after, actually. And then do a replay, if I can live. Yeah, we will try that. See if we can get away with that. Will you? Oh no, not Monoko. You bitch! I was like, are you edging me at this point? That's the slowest attack I've ever seen my whole entire life. Well, now I'm just gonna shoot you a bunch, aren't I? Until I hit Mighty Mask. That makes me think of Mighty Mouse. Ah, there you are, Mighty Mask. I'm gonna do the cool ability, because I like looking cool while I do abilities.
Prepare for oblivion.
Okay, let him have it. Let him have his moment.
Last-ditch effort.
It's such a cool ability! Look at the damage, dudes. The damage cap once again fucking me up. A silencing combo? I'm figuring it out, but I don't know. What is silence? The character can't use skills? Oh, well, he doesn't really use many of those, I guess. So that's fair enough. Unfortunate, but fair enough. I just used my cool skill, you know. Alright. Do it on you. You can edge me, yeah? For free? No, we are gonna resurrect first.
Let's go again.
Oh, that's 99 as well. I feel like all of his abilities are so slow. They're all so slow. Oh, I can't revive Monoko. Well, that makes me sad. What if I need their legs? Wait, no, I have to die. What if I need the legs? I don't know if you give legs. That would be so sad. Ugh. Let's do that again. That was really messy anyway. Like, out of anything, that was too messy. That was way too messy. Edging means chilling on the edge? Yeah! Oh yeah, that's what it means. I found both Clair Obscur the game and the enemy overwhelming. Underwhelming? Well, I mean, I think it's more... I don't want to say a joke, right? But it's not... This is not a big enemy, necessarily, I think. It's not meant to be, I should say.
Sweet.
It's just that this is also in the game, and that's it. Okay, now we will do better. We kind of know what it's doing. Yeah. Still for you. I don't trust it.
Your turn.
Again! Now you can kill him! Oh wait, I should have done Mighty Mask. Oh, and Ed is gonna play. Oh, now it's a Mighty Mask. Never mind. Well, I think I will take a break. If I'm overtiming, I should take a small break. I should take that small break and refill my water. We have to be good about it. We have to be healthy about it. I will be right back. Hydrate as well, if you haven't yet. Okay, alright. I even got back before the ad even left. Also, I just realized I never moved my camera to be normally top of the screen, and that's gonna bother me for the rest of my life, isn't it? Oh, I know why that happened though. That happened when I moved it for Silk Song. Oh, I remember that. Wait. Oh, still no. Still no. Okay, that's better. Can't believe I never noticed that. From the side? Thank you, welcome back. Okay, we will do better this time. I forgot where I was. What were they doing? Did I already do the extra? I don't remember if I did. If I did, oops. Guess we're finding out right now.
I'll manage.
Yeah, we did. Okay. Well, that's okay. I guess you get to live a little bit longer. I get to do my cool ability. Yet.
Eyes up, Minoka.
Fair enough! Clair protects his... Oh, you're Clair and the other one's Obscur. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Wait, you get two? And you do the same attacks. Okay, never mind. Let me restart. Let me restart real quick. You do the same attacks? These enemies fuck me up because... they're so slow. They're like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna... Okay, I'm doing it. That's like their entire pattern. You bitches. You're not gonna get me over. I've killed bigger things than you. Literally, it's like, are you punching me or what? Every time. I made it after all! We are Carrie. We found Clair Obscur of Clair Obscur fame. Chill on the edge. Where's that goal? Hello. I can't AoE with this one here. I should remember to put the... oh. Well. That was accidental, but we take those. Wait, I could have actually done a redo. I don't know why I did that just now. That's on me. I was just thinking with my weapons again. Always thinking with my weapons. Oh, Jinzee, please. Let me blitz about it.
Let's go faster.
Gotta go fast. I don't even know if you have a head. I feel like you don't. You don't feel like a heady individual.
Try me.
Oh, a regular one. Almost. That one is very slow too. The Clair Obscur. And the Clair is a lot less obscure now. It used to be impossible to find, truly. Nah, I'll wait for a mighty. And I got one. Oh, but that will probably kill you. Yeah, that might kill you. 1 second. I don't want to kill you yet.
Time to bleed.
Time to bleed. Don't give me a mighty mask there. Gross. Okay. I am just going to use you to resurrect her.
Let's gamble.
Oh, and then I can just do this.
Time to shine.
Do want you to do S rank later, but for now... do I want to wait for mighty? Oh, let's not risk it. Let's not risk it. If I get an S, I'll take it. If I don't get an S, I won't. Actually, you're usually doing AoE, so I can just get away with doing this. Oh, no, this one! You fuck. Get fucked. Oh, 10k on everyone. All right, nice. I literally am just sitting there waiting. Looking at the character model, I'm in two minds about the head question. And Duke, I swear to God. Okay, now I feel like there's a chance that we can... well, no. Well, it depends on the damage here, I guess. That we could actually kill it before his next turn. Nope, because we got unlucky rolls.
I've lived through worse.
That's okay. I would blitz, but I won't now because I want to steal strike. That's what the other weapon is better for. The other weapon is better for steel strike. I might still use it anyway. Just because of that.
Your turn to
Your turn to shine.
Last ditch effort.
Hey, this is just the most damage I can do in a single turn no matter what. 130k?
It's locked on you.
Fuck.
I'll manage.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I will manage. That was not that bad at all. Come back.
You saved me.
You saved me. He did. He really did. Oh, we're getting unlucky with Monaco here. Me waiting impatiently for Jinzee to get 2 parts. It's like, can you kill them faster? I thought you were good at that, Jinzee. God. Okay. That one right there. Still watching now. Stiggy, I'm sorry, I'm keeping you up late. I don't have 4 now, so there's no point in that. You don't get another turn after. I guess we'll do this one then. You will die here though. There's not really a maybe.
I think I'll improvise.
I think I'll improvise. I might switch him back to his other weapon again, just for S rank. If I am keeping CL in here now, if I'm going for like the strongest build, I think I'm going to do that. Truly the edges, like I really did get edged. We beat the game. We literally beat the game though. I got the dream so. Base attack can break. Yeah, that's dumb strong. Stop it right now. Get out of here. That's really strong. On a base attack character like Verso? Oh, and I would have to get your crit away. I do like his crit. But it's okay. This one is important. This one does have crit. It's just not quite as high. I mean, I'm on that's level 21. That's why. If I could level it. Oh, and what is your weapon? Gain 1 rank on counterattack. 50% increased counterattack damage. That would be really good if I wasn't already maxing that out. Right, so I'm not switching it yet. Right now. Because the damage difference is just too big. But I will just do it eventually. Probably. Are you saying Verso is basic? My basic bitch boy. Oh, are you a weapon? I think you might be. Those look cool. You should look at that. Thank you for clappies. Someone supposed to pick those Stop. An advantage. What's the weapon? What's the phone number? It's for Lune. Wait. Okay. Hold on. That's the same as the breaking weapon. What element is that? 50% chance to generate a dark or light stain when consuming stains. Deal 50% more damage with skills per active dark stain. Plus 1 AP on consuming a light stain. Huh, interesting. Okay. So dark and light. Maybe the element is Clair Obscur. I think anyone else has one like that. Pretty sure that's the only time. But it does look like a light and dark. Sorry, where did you go? Lithalim. Very much does look like a light and dark. And it's literally behind Clair Obscur, so it's probably just a light and dark. I would have to test that, I guess. Doesn't seem bad though. I think I might want to maybe build around that one. It's level 15. It's 886. Yeah, it's not bad actually. I think I might. Alright, that might be a change for Lune. Finally. Oh, this is very much skippable though. Awkward for being skippable. Oh, you can go both ways. Oh, nice, nice. Void? Oh, I guess, yeah, that is a light dark, kind of. Hello, Ty Dave. Hello. Also, please remember that when I ask questions out loud, they are rhetorical. I'm just talking to myself. I yap to myself a lot. I have whole ass conversations with myself. Huh. River of Paint. Sea of Paint? That's Expedition 0 yet. Okay, we'll actually rest this time. They actually get their health back. Disgusting. Okay, a little faster. We're moving into having max agility on people very soon at this point. Especially Monaco, who just never leaves my party now. How are your legs doing? Oh yeah, we have a close to complete collection of legs. You ever collect people's legs? Oh, that is very Clair Obscur. Clair Obscur, sorry. Ah, they're clean, true. They do look better. Then that is the heart of the paintress? Can you hear Nick talk in the background? Because Nick is home. I don't know if you can hear him. I'm hoping not. Just barely. Nick! Nick! You have to come say hi to chat. We can hear you talk on stream, so you have to.
Hello, I'm not supposed to come in here because I'm getting spoiled.
Don't worry, I'm looking at the floor.
Oh yeah, okay. Hi everyone. Hi Ice, I love you.
It's his birthday.
Happy birthday, Ice. I hope you have a great day, King. That's all. Hey.
Yeah. He knows there's ground in the game. That's true. He does now.
Alright, I'll close the door then.
Okay. How? Someone can't breathe. Breathing in this house? Not even once. That's Ice's best birthday. I don't think he... I think he might have been eating. But it's on VOD. It exists. He knows. Okay. Let's go into this black hole sun. Personal happy birthday by Nick. Hey, Clifford for Ice. I was gonna say, I am gonna do something with this, right? Let me mute. Okay, so I forget her name, but the woman and Renoir. I think it's Renoir. Unless it's literally him, but I don't think so. I think he's the kid. First there was the kid with the cap. That's the paintress's heart. Their love.
Is that
Renoir?
you?
Where does he actually live?
We're taking her down.
She's not the only one who grieves.
Is it her?
The pain of losing you, she made me inherit it. Punishment, perhaps, for not being there when it mattered. I refuse to lose my son.
That son was a stranger.
But you're not. You're not.
You lost me years ago, and I lost you.
So you leave us no choice. Tell me, how are you different from her in doing this?
I'm tired.
So trust me. We are your family.
Are you serious? He's not really gonna fall for this.
Complicated.
Family comes in many shapes, Renoir. He's got his found family now.
If saving you means losing you, then so be it.
Are we fighting him?
We only need to incapacitate him.
We'll find a way to kill him.
Well, you can't though, right? They're immortal. Banger song? Stop? Very banger song? What the hell? Oh no, I feel like Verso can't die. It has to be her. It has to be him. Because it's his dad's. I said thank you. At first I was afraid. I was petrified. Then why also a smash? I see it. I get it. There's really a trauma in the game. Hello, Byron. Welcome in. Fucking love this song. It's really good. That's your top plate? It's okay. They clipped it, Ice. They clipped it. Don't worry. How much damage do you take, buddy? Oh, you do. Okay. You take a good amount. He has a hell of a health bar though. I'm glad. Headshots are more or nah? Yes, okay. They are. That means we're aiming today. Maybe I actually get to build something up on CL in that case? I'm gonna try.
Here's your card.
Okay, there's an incredible amount of chroma. Is it gonna be a chroma attack? Okay, that one is. Okay. That was all the shields, I think. Ouch.
Let's go faster.
That was all the shields. Okay, come back. I was gonna build you back up, please. Shot him in the neck for science. I had to check. His game. Yell at him. I love it. No, I closed the door. Well, he closed the door because otherwise we can literally hear him talk on stream. Seen so many reaction videos of people hearing the song for the first time. It's a fucking banger. I get it. I get it. It's a banger. I'm actually gonna have to learn his abilities pretty well, though, I think. We keep those. Attacks from a distance. And that's a dance and a slow. Okay, then another one. Okay, 4?
Ready.
2, 2, and pause in 4. Finally, Jinzee gets a fight worthy of her skills. I get one that I actually have to learn things. And I do appreciate that. Genuinely. I think for actually I might want to just get my S rank here. Try to. Oh, that one's very fast. Okay, immediately after. Okay, we do put the other team in because we're practicing clearly. He does talk though. He's talking during the fights. I wish I knew what he was saying. Yay. But Mael also deserves to get a few shots in fairness. On account of her being Mael.
Let us stain them.
Okay, I haven't changed you. Oh, 2 immediately. Nice. It's just them 2 now. 2 key points I always stop at, and this one is one of them. Don't think you're getting S rank this time? Probably not. I don't know what makes me think that either. But you might be right. Oh, we get another one immediately. Okay, well I don't want to use that one right now. I'll ice lance you.
Hate me all you want, as long as you're alive.
Oh, it's a jump one. Hate me all you want as long as you're alive is, Oh, now I can't use my skill, so it doesn't even matter. Alright.
Do you remember what it was like before?
Okay, that one is easy enough to learn. Actually, I could pause. I could literally pause. Something is coming? Yeah, the chat, because the sound is so fucking good.
Deserves more.
Excuse me? A lion? That's very, very Renoir. Are you... What the... Excuse me? Oh, is he berserked? What the fuck? Renoir is enraged. The dark creature? Oh! Didn't expect that one. Okay, that one is at least okay to see. They have pretty good tells, at least. They have pretty decent tells. Well, don't think we'll spend as long on them as I hope we will, because you want to hear the music more. Best part of this battle is if you lose, you just get to hear the beginning of the song again. And you're welcome. Even I have to admit that the battle music started to get good around this point. All of the music is good. What do you fine. He was feeling like it. Snuggle. So I was like, Renoir, smash people. I see your point. Was it always a lion? For me, remember that being a wolf. I initially thought it was a wolf when it walked in, but then I saw the mane. And I knew. That's at that point I knew. Wait, does he heal? I think he does, right? I think he does heal. Alright. Again. Amogo's theme when you first fight him is the only one that rivals this for me. I have a lot of the music in the library that we have in the camp that I really like. It's a big meow. Sorry, excuse me. Big meow. That's true. So true. Oh.
Let's carve a path.
It's really good. That was the main clue. Wall police. Oh wait, he doesn't get a turn. I should have used his... It's okay. It's okay. My brain said I was gonna get another turn. But no, it's Renoir. I don't get another turn. He's actually fast. Gun is still carrying a little bit. Not even a little. He's still carrying a little bit. A little bit a lot.
So little for us.
Oh. Oh, okay, okay.
You're outmatched.
Okay, we can do that one. We can do that one. We just gotta get good. Okay, now at least I didn't waste his AP. That's something. But I don't want to attack too much. I will bring you back. I don't care for this more movie score kind of soundtrack. I enjoy the game sounds for the SNES PS1 era. Okay, but it doesn't make it a bad soundtrack though. Try to add it. I think that is probably what Renoir did. Awfully fast for an old man who needs a cane. I think he might be lying to us. He might not actually need a cane. It might actually just be a weapon. Weapon is a weapon. Oh, you didn't even move. Okay, we keep that one for now. Renoir burns, doesn't he really? That is definitely the easiest one. That one they just give you. Don't fall over so quick. I have a lot of gun. Oh, you're after though. Yeah, there's no points. Well, you do have another one though. But this won't be, no, this won't be an S rank. It's okay. Surviving attacks? I thought this was like real glass cannon. No, I have armor. And we had a whole conversation about it earlier as well. Renoir's committing disability fraud. He might be. Yeah, he might be. Do I want you to play someone else right now? No. I think I might want to... Guess you could maybe stack more sun. I don't think I will though. Let's try to be alive. Let's give being alive a try. Alright. Are you not gonna summon the wolf right now? I feel like you should. I feel like you will summon the wolf right here. Right? Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way. I don't want to waste my AP. I'm just gonna full heal.
Your sister deserves more.
Really want a performance of this at the Game Awards. It'll probably be the main menu theme. I don't know if everyone agrees that this is the best theme. Yeah, there's a lot of talking. We did do a lot of talking. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I yap. This game makes me yap a lot. I just have a lot of thoughts. Got the Alan Wake song at the Game Awards? Yeah. So we have a chance. Wait, a tail attack? I haven't seen that one yet! Son of a bitch! Oh, that's Void as well. Oh, how unfortunate. Okay, I'm not gonna resurrect her because I think I'm gonna be stuck practicing a little bit. Either way. So there's no real point because she doesn't have armor. Wait, no, we can keep this one. Just for a little. He has, I feel like, more health now too. And they also reset his stun bar. Unfortunate. Alright.
As long as you're alive to do it.
Okay, that nope. Okay, 3. Again. Oh, okay. I clocked the jump, but not the. I forgot about that. Oops. Game deserves a lot of the yap though. It has a lot to say. It does. But we also just it makes me think about other things that are important for me. Okay, we are probably not gonna live here, but that's okay. That's okay. Redo next time.
Don't turn away from us.
Oh right, that's the easy one.
Careful, Mael. Careful, Mael.
Okay. That wasn't that bad. That was not that bad. Okay, we will be flurrying here, I think. Oh, but I should Gustav's homage though. I want to Gustav's homage. I don't think I should right now, but I want to. I have to use it, I'm sorry. I have to. It is not the optimal play, but it's necessary. It's necessary. My boy. There's absolutely no way I couldn't do that. Same. I call him in those moments. Just too many moments. And then with that move, that's good. Yes. Yeah. I hope that's the case here too. Let me slow you as much as that is even a possibility right now. Oh. Oh! Right. Sorry. I forgot. Oh, that's a stun! Okay. Wait, then I can't... Hold on. Oh, that's really fast. I was gonna say, it won't let me parry. Oh! Oh! Nope. Again! I kind of want to switch my L into my main party, but I won't do that right now. But I want to. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll go back, reload, and put my L in my main party. Just for this, it just feels kind of like it is the correct play to have her in my party. She deserves to be there for the kill, no matter what. Because that was too good for the Gomage.
Let's carve a path.
Like, it needs to be Verso and Mael in the party. I can't not. Violence. I'm not gonna try to aim too hard. I just wanna... I wanna focus on learning, I think. For the minutes. There's nostalgia tries hits. I kind of want to get your intervention anyway, though. I think you get extras, is it? You do, okay. Vanish me! Oh well, he succeeded, obviously, but... Okay, that was a new one. I hadn't seen that one yet. Let me put you back together. It is the disaster expedition! He's saying it's not, but we're doing great. Disaster-wise. Get fucked! That is probably the easiest counter to learn out of the set. That and the jump, but the jump isn't really a counter, I want to say. Okay, well now we have 9, but we don't have S. I know, and CL is too slow after. How unfortunate! What if I just get good, though? What if I just get good? Have I considered that? And I just don't get hits at all? Nah, fuck it. Cool combo. think that is honestly very similar in damage. Something is coming. Again, it is the chat.
Your sister
Everyone is hot.
deserves more.
He can't skip this one. He has to come in on. It is us. Wait, shields? No, CL is dead. She has no shields. She's the only one I didn't give the shields. I didn't have room for what I was building for her. Unfortunately. The first phase is not that hard for learning. It's this one I have to learn.
Don't you see? We need each other.
Oh, right. Tail is... Wait, it is, right? Tail is Chroma. I feel like it is a Chroma attack. It has to be. Let's give everyone our buffs back. Alright. Yeah, I will probably need to do something to fix his AP for bosses.
Take me all you want, as long as you're allowed to do it.
Damn it. I can't get a handle on that one, but I will. Is Renoir phase 2 enraged me? Why? That one is easy enough too. Okay, so the one that is from afar is a problem for me. I know you're not gonna die today, obviously. Or well, not like that. That one trips me up. Because I think he's attacking, but he's not. He's getting ready for an attack. It's not the same thing. I just wanna practice his abilities. Like that one is also very easy.
Cut him down.
You deserve that one every single time. I love his little cackle. Alright, we're just gonna practice here. An incredible amount of chroma. Nope. Nope. That one I also have to practice. Practice harder. I'm realizing why this song works for me. It has some power metal vibes, especially with the vocals. I can see that, yeah. This time I was ready for that one, but the jump is way later. Okay. Yeah, we will res actually. Why not?
I won't lose again.
Oh, right. That's that one. That one is not. I don't need to practice that one. Stop it. Attack again. Okay. Okay. I see. Alright. Just in case he does single targets.
Sorry, I failed.
Just in case. Wait. Oh my god, I still have it muted. I'm so sorry. I didn't even know I still had it muted. Nicolaj, hello. Okay, well, we're just dying. We are literally in such heavy spoilers right now, so I really hope no one here was trying not to get spoiled for Clair Obscur, because damn, there's a lot of it. Thank you so much, Nicolaj. You should have waited. Now I'm waking up. What if that's what I'm into? Hi, Tonsi, welcome in. Oh, are you streaming? Also Clair Obscur. Wait, did you finish it? Peak OSC is a really good song. It's dueling metal and classical strings, and it's great. Best song so far? Teddy Children, what the hell even is that? I'm just practicing moves right now. And that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm practicing learning to parry him right now. Just finished my second play with Solo Mile Expert. I hope you had a really good time.
I'm ready.
Yeah, that was a lot. I was just talking about how it would be interesting to do a solo because you could put all the Lumina on one character and just make them ridiculously powerful, make them just good at everything. Cause damn. Oh, mine! I'm glad you're having a good time with Clair Obscur. It is my game of the year. Pretty easily. I don't want to say no contest, but it is definitely my game of the year. Okay, I just need to get you to phase 2 real quick. But I refuse to do headshots. I can't be bothered. That's not the one. He definitely has a bigger health bar. In phase 2. 100% he does. Do I want you to... No, let me just give you AP real quick. Got murdered by a big magic lion? Yes, I do.
So little for us.
Yeah, so little. He's trying to guilt trip us. This man is trying to guilt trip us. You're too focused on the music? But the music is very good. You could just sit here and vibe for a while. Imagine having a long conversation over this music though. I think that might be too hype. Here's hella stacked competitions for Game of the Year. Truly! And I have so many games that I want to play right now, competing for my attention. I wish I could add another day to my streaming schedule, truly. Ozzy Mikalash, do you want to share a clip of your stream to show off to the team? You don't have to, but you can, if you want to show everyone what you're all about. I can't promise it won't lag. Did not want to make it harder than it should be. Did not look up any builds, just to where to find some pictos. I found so many cool pictos. Probably be a hit for my no-hit run. Okay, anything from before this moment is totally fine. So many incredible games this year. Playing Hades 2 while watching you. Yeah, and Ghost of... No, was it... No, the other one. There was another one that literally just released. Silent Hill F. That one just released as well. Okay, well now I gotta punch you in the head a little bit. Now it's deserved. I do want an S. Wait, no, there won't be any points. We can do that for next time. Yeah, Yotai's not out, but next week, right? I think someone said. Get to phase 2! Now!
Let's play.
I could just give you more points again. We're gonna buff.
That's lucky.
I hope it just adds up to buffs as well, but I'm not sure it will. And now I do want it. Even though you're, well, you know, you're probably gonna hit me, right? Hit me with your best shot! This is all wasted damage anyway, because you're gonna heal. I'm sure someone can kill this man before he even changes his phase. If you're strong enough.
Sister deserves more.
And the great thing is that probably 3 or 4 of the 5 games are going to be indie AA games. I'm very happy about that because I want the AAA industry to pay attention to these things. That's his entire health bar. All right. Practice.
Don't break her heart.
Watch out.
I did better on that one before. I should not have missed that one. Now on fire. That actually ruins... Yeah, I should probably not... I should keep this one for that. Otherwise I'll just burn a second time. Put one on you. We're practicing anyway, it's okay. Actually, you do get another turn. Oh no, you don't, actually, I lied. I lied, but maybe he doesn't. Oh no, he does. I guess it's only on crit. I just crit a lot. Maybe he won't hit me. Maybe he won't hit me next time.
Now
we need each other.
Wait, but that's a phase 1 attack. It's a phase 1 attack. You can't do that.
Take me all you want, as long as you're alive to do it.
Oh, right. Sorry. Tail attack is not what I think it is. Now I lost my S again, you bitch. How dare you? Very upsetting behavior on your part. Not gonna lie.
maximum damage.
They're doing just fine. Assassin's Creed Shadows did well despite all the clamoring against it, and Battlefield 6 is going to do numbers this year. I don't think they are doing just fine. You have to remember, Pwnstar, that AAA businesses are not happy until line goes up forever. And it isn't right now. Hard to make it consistently the same difficulty from start to end. So I would say do some handicaps, but do not be afraid to change the rules if you want to. Have even no pigtails? However you want to challenge yourself. Not saying they're not making profit or decent games, just that the games that we might think as Game of the Year contenders aren't ones from them. Yeah. No, I agree. I really hope a lot of the ones laid off from AAA studios will create new indie studios and make great stuff. I tend to not really buy AAA anymore, which is, honestly, it's been pretty good for my health, my mental health, my everything. Do I want to resurrect you with Monaco? Yeah, I think I do, actually. He's still on fire. That means I want a 6 from you. Oh, actually, you're not S rank anymore. Why not? Well, your shield is already gone, so I guess you'll die no matter what.
A bit of violence, yes.
Right? Oh, yeah, okay. So you do get the hits. Let me put you back together.
You remember what it was like before. Don't turn away from us.
I have to learn what each of these attacks mean. I'm bad at that.
I must exact revenge.
I still have hope. I still have hope for my S.
Oh well.
Ayo! Get gradiented on!
Your turn to shine.
Okay, we gotten better there. I do kind of want to finish him with my L as well, though. Ooh. But he's very close to death. I might switch out for Mile, just so she can do the finisher. I might die for that. It might be worth it. I think I will. It will do enough damage right now already, I think. Oh right, I forgot.
Your turn to dance.
Okay. Oh wait, no. Sorry, that would kill him maybe. Well, not kill him. That would do damage. All right, we're just gonna wait and die. We're gonna wait and die real quick, so that Mael can go in. All right, you can punch him in the face a little bit.
Cut him down.
It has to be. It has to be Mael. Sorry. Sorry, team. You gotta go. It's too important. Okay, you just need the points, right? Yeah. Last chance.
Last chance.
Literally. She has 5 shields, so she should be totally fine. Perfect. Perfect. 1 HP, Mael. Vanish, wait. As long as that doesn't actually, like, just... No! Stop! That was the one attack you couldn't do! You bitch! That was the one attack! Because if she countered, he would have died! He would have died! That was rude! It wasn't... I did die on purpose because I want to finish it with Gustav. Also, hello Tristan, welcome in. I have to. It's the correct way to do. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if bitches? Honestly, bitches. This one I will be stubborn about though. If I'm gonna be stubborn about anything, I am gonna be stubborn about this one. It's too important. We'll keep this one. Decent points.
So little for us.
If you die there, it literally can't vanish you though. If you die there, you can't be vanished. Important, I think. I will destroy you with Gustav's memory. I don't care how long that takes me.
Let's carve a path.
Actually, let me blitz.
Let's go faster. You're outmatched.
We gotta get that lion out. Give me that lion, buddy.
Don't break her heart.
Again, that one fucked me. That one fucked me again. Because I think he's attacking, but he's just twirling. He's just doing a little twirl. Okay, it'll be for you. He actually doesn't even have his full... Aha, I should do that, though. I just realized he does not have his full damage because he's not on low health. Here, let me do... Actually, no, I need green. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Give me my rush, my power. Absolutely not.
Ready to strike.
Lucky. All right. This one should have him switch though. Well, I'm on red, right? Yeah. Is this enough? I think. No. It felt like it should be. Well, he's on fire now. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Okay, that's okay though. There's no point in me doing anything there. Oh! Okay, thank you. Never mind. My wife and I are watching on TV and our combined gasp at the end of the last attempt woke the cat in her cat tree. Oh no! What has to be perfect? This is a story moment. We have to take this seriously. We can't let any old attack finish off Renoir. It just isn't correct. It's not right. Gustav has to have the final hits. He deserves that. I owe him that.
As long as you're alive to do it.
Oh, right! Tail attack is that one! I keep forgetting that! I keep forgetting that! Wonder how many people did this? Oh, I bet lots of people did, actually. I should not talk while I parry. Alright. This will just be a practice round then. Because I was a little too flustered, clearly.
Okay.
That's the easy one though. We don't want that one.
Take cover.
Oop. Okay, it is a little bit later than that.
Finesse and grace.
Finesse and grace.
So much potential.
So much potential, I know. Disappointing, isn't it? Okay, well I will just become... Actually, does this put you in... I think it does, right? Does it put you in Virtuous? It does, yeah, okay. Oh! I just pressed X earlier to parry instead. That doesn't parry, Jinzee. That doesn't parry. Wait. Okay, this time I was ready for that. This time I knew. Alright, now we lose Virtuos again. That's okay. I should not be failing that one, honestly. Pyroar. Harriet! Harriet is also a part of this fight.
Now was our chance.
Harriet is here for us. Here, do a lightning dance. Fuck it. Break it up a little for yourself. Do something new. Okay, this one I'm bad at. As you can see. That actually went on a lot longer than I thought. I was like, oh, let me practice a little bit of this ability parrying. but then man's almost died. Okay, I think to prevent me from not being able to parry the last one later, I'll just give him a little bit more health because the Gustav ability does do a decent amount of damage.
Let's carve a path.
So maybe it's fine. Do a little bit better on this one, obviously. Immediately to A. Could also try to, well, I was gonna say try to break him, but...
Here's your card.
Let's try it.
So little for us.
Oh, you did? Oh, sorry. That was not the twirly yet. My bad. Ah, that stun one? That stun one actually sucks too. I gotta learn that one better for sure. That took a lot of his shields off too. Not ideal. We're actually using her for damage this time, even though it caps. No! Actually vanished. He fucking got gommaged, dudes. He got gommaged in front of everyone. I can't believe he's done this, but I can. Of course he's done this. You would, wouldn't you? You bitch. My most powerful guy. Okay, so now we don't have points, unfortunately. That's probably the only problem here. But this is a Twilight, so maybe it's okay. If I get to combo more? Wait. Well, you'll probably do an AoE, right? I feel like you will. It feels an AoE moment.
Don't you see? We need each other.
It is unfortunate that if you miss one, if you press too early, you can't, like, make up for it. You just miss the next parry at that point. Very unfortunate. Oh, yeah, okay, I guess. Fair enough.
Let's carve a path.
Now I'm no longer S. Super unfortunate. Let me fix that real quick.
Hate me all you want, as long as you're alive to do it.
Okay, this time I knew. Oh, but that one, not that one though. Not that one though. Doing like a no flask of any kind of run? Oh no, people die too quickly, so flasks... Actually, let me just restart that one. I just don't... I don't really think that they're worth using a turn on. Because if you use heals, you lose the turn. And because I don't have much health anyway, or defense, it's like... There is an AP one, yes, there is, but that also costs a turn. And a normal attack for most of my characters, outside of Monaco, most of my characters get 4 back. And I think the item is what, 5 maybe? Yeah, 5, so it's not really worthwhile.
Let's go faster.
I don't know, like, at the start I used them more often. I did use the AP potions before.
Sweet taste of battle.
But not here, not anymore. Oh yeah, we keep those. I'll just attack in the middle for this, I think, if I don't get points back.
So little for us.
But I did get points back. Nice. I want to get an S there, I think. If I had already had an S there, that would have been perfect. This is an S, yeah. Let's believe in ourselves. We can use Twilight Dance for that, but we won't. Because we want to keep that if we live. We want to use that to extend instead. Oh no! Well, rip my S. Rip my S. You bitch.
Let's carve a path.
No, there's no restrictions. I didn't put any restrictions on myself. I'm just listen. I was trying to put restrictions on myself. There's just no point. There's just in this game there is no point. In Souls games I usually put some restrictions on myself. Here, for this fight specifically, I want Mael to have the finishing blow with the Gustav ability. That is purely Because this guy killed Gustav, and fuck this guy for that. That's it. That's the only reason. Okay, here. Get all of that. Also, an Addie's about to play. We're overtiming longer than an hour now, just because of that. Just because of that. Otherwise, I would have already killed. Like, I had the kill earlier, easy. He was dead, but I wanted the Gustav ability. That's the only reason we're still in this fight right now. It is what it is. A poetic end, exactly. It's important. So important.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
Is this... yeah.
Oh well.
No! Jinzee, you're better than that! What the hell? You're so much better than that! How could you? Okay, let's put him back together. Let's put our man back together. Let's play. I do kind of want to put that one on first. Fuck it. The extra damage is kind of pointless there. My AP is in shambles. Oh, I did it. I did it again. He juked me again. You can't just do magic tricks, Dad. God, Dad. Every time. I fucked that one up because I got duked again. I fucked it up because I got duked. Jinzee, you can't let this man duke you the whole time. This cannot keep happening. He does not deserve that. Okay, at least that wasn't the stun. The stun is good.
Get ready.
Oh, this is that one. Okay. It launches itself. Not the tail attack is the other one. Okay. We can remember that, right, Jinzee? We can remember that? Yeah, we can. Gotta get good real quick. Revenge. Just revenge. This is why we can't bring our friends over. It's the murder part. Oh, actually, I should have probably, but I didn't. Oops.
Here's your card.
Now we just gotta get him down far enough. Oh, not this. Oh, that is late. Okay. Fair. That's the standing.
Foolish. Your turn to shine.
That's not an S, though. I would like an S. Oh, that would have actually been perfect there. But now I won't have the time. Okay, maybe we will believe in ourselves and do an S.
Time to bleed.
What did I want for this? Oh, fuck it, yeah, of course. And then we just have to die. You know? Then we just have to die. And let Mile come in. And then maybe don't vanish this time.
Ready to strike. Prepare for oblivion.
He does too as well. Oh, no. Every time. Every time with that one. It's okay though. Oh no! That's the other one! That's not tail attack, the other one! It's still fine though. It's actually still fine. I have so much faith in my girls to be able to do this either way. Especially with a few headshots from my boy. Breaking your ankles with how hard is doping me? That one. I'm not getting a handle on that one, clearly. Alright, girls, let's go. Thank you for the follow, welcome in. They are anonymous. Like it's on the future, I know. Foolish move and then died. Oh, fuck. Jinzee, you're better than this. I know, I keep saying that and that. Okay, so I need my last chance. And then I will use Gustav. And I actually think that is enough to kill him right now? Potentially? Hello, D-Murph! I almost killed him. Oh no. Okay, wait, that's fine. I just had to make sure I didn't get hit by that and I didn't counter. That's it. I can have one counter only.
Okay.
Okay, no, that's fine, I think. Okay. I feel like it's enough, but we'll see. Yes! And with the final hit! Yes, Gustav! Gustav was here with us! Let's fucking go! That was a perfect ending! 1 HP Mael solo Gustav ability. That's what we wanted. That's all I want! Thank you for clappies. And I got his suit shut off. Converso wear it? I hope so. It's just important. It's important. It was so important. Revive with 100% health once per battle? Oh god. Yeah, because I was not powerful enough yet, clearly. Oh. We mute. Exactly. Nah, I already got an ending screen. You're not fooling me.
Remember who your real family is.
Stop it!
It's not her. It's your sister, your mother, me. We are your family. He would condemn us all to die for what?
You're toxic, though. This is a very dysfunctional family.
Really save with your sacrifice.
Your sister and your mother?
You're too drunk on your own illusions to understand.
Then let us celebrate the second destruction of the Descendre family.
Second? Excuse me? Are you being stopped? Wait, is that the curator? Oh my god, it is the curator. I knew you were going to be more important about something. Who is he to you, sir?
At long last, we meet. This is all you have left of your son.
Is that the memories?
It won't bring your wife back. It will only destroy the last tie you have to each other.
But he's been helping me, though. He's been helping me do what I need to do.
I love them, too.
He got gommaged? And Mael has the power to do that? Okay, my theory is becoming more and more plausible. I mean... Oh, he's still sad because it was his dad, but that makes sense.
We did it, Gustav.
Yeah, literally with Gustav. Literally.
Hey. How did you do that?
Not sure. The curator felt it.
Can you do it again?
I don't know. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can.
Are those the abilities you can
What
unlock?
did Renoir mean? The things he said to the curator.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you are. Shut up. Baby girl, this is not the time to keep secrets from me even more.
She's through there.
Yeah. Behind this door is the future of Lumiere. What every expedition has worked towards. I have trust in us.
We're pretty strong, so me too. Yeah, same. Because the painters did try to bring him back there, but the curator went against it, so he must be the man. I feel like... I don't know. Renoir confuses me now, a little bit. Just because it seems like he is, again, just two pieces of the same puzzle. And Mael clearly is. I feel like I'm not wrong with my theories about Mael, at this point especially. But with Renoir, it really seems like those people you find with the holes in their faces, it's just forgotten memories. And the people you meet, I don't think they are real people. I think they are, I don't want to say fakes, but it's like the paintress painting them back to the way they were, but each time she does, maybe each time they die, just like with the gestrals, gestrals, like they lose part of themselves, they continue to lose memories in that same way. A game theory? Yeah, it is though. No, but it is. I'm gonna go inside. Expedition 0 again. Monolith Peak. I have a question. I can go back to the continent from here. Yeah, I can. My question is this. Real question. Am I at the end of the game? Just a yes or no. You don't need to explain like why or anything. No? Okay, then I will end here. If I was close to the end, I feel like I would have finished it maybe today. But if I'm not close to the end yet, then I think we're gonna stop here for today. And then I might also, okay, I think I will do something, like, hold on, let me go back to the continent real quick. I think I'll make my map for next time, maybe, for a little bit, and we'll do a little bit more of this side stuff, because we unlocked some abilities to some degree. I think what I'm gonna do is, I said this last time, I'm gonna just print screen the entire map, put it in Photoshop, and start marking things off, things that I still want to look at, things that I want to still investigate. So that we don't run around like a headless chicken if I do side content stuff. I feel like that's a good idea for me. Oh, let me also go, just in case this does anything, I'm gonna go to camp real quick to make sure a cutscene doesn't play when I enter camp or something. Okay, it doesn't. What if I talk to you? Do you have a cutscene? I just want to make sure. I don't want y'all to miss anything either. No, he doesn't. All right. Inquiring minds needed to know, you know? Oh, man. I want to know what happens next, though. Consider people pieces? I would say that, yeah. Yeah. You're welcome for staying eyes. I hope you're having a really good birthday. I did manage to beat Renoir in the way I wanted to. I must be so behind. Thank you, Mikolaj. And thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you. A good point to stop? Okay. You're welcome, Tyndall, Brenda, Duke. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stick, for hanging out for so much longer. Surprisingly far for all the tangents I got us yapping about. We need a few tangents every stream, right? Marking places is a thing which would be nice in-game. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it myself. There's an online map, but it's full of spoilers. No, it's gonna be my map. I'm gonna be my map. Not me forgetting there was a fucking map. Oh no! Next time on Dragon Ball 33. Yeah, we will continue on Monday. Oh, I wish I had more stream days at this point, truly. But we will continue on Monday. If you're on the Discord, we're watching a movie on Sunday. We're watching The Burbs. So if you want to be around for that, you'll have to be on the Discord. Otherwise, I will see you on Monday. If I don't see you on Monday, maybe I'll see you on Tuesday for Vagrant Story. We shall see. You're welcome, Steve Robertson, Jeff. There's a compilation. It'd be great to see both the Triumph and the False Start with the Erasure. Oh, that's definitely going in there. Oh, yes. You're welcome, Mike. Thank you for hanging. Have a good weekend, everyone. Thank you so much, Wall. Not to be sad until Monday. I'm so sorry. Is anyone playing anything? I don't know where. Okay. What act are you in? Why doesn't it fully tell me? You're just not going to tell me. Okay. I can't rate that one just in case. You never know. We can rate someone new. Because see if we find any new Firekeepers today. Let's see. Let's see. Who's new? Is playing something that we love. Such as there is. Such as there is. Oh, a Red Dead Redemption playthrough? Day 2 of Red Dead Redemption? Yeah, why not? We've never rated this person before, as far as I know. So let's go say hi to them. I was talking about Joe. Yeah, I wasn't sure. But I guess I did rate Joe for Clair Obscur before, but still. Joe's chat sometimes was like minor spoilers in the chat as well, just in case. Alright, kids. Forgot I took 3 days off next week. Let's fucking go! I'll see y'all next time. It was an exquisite design kill. Thank you so much. Stay hydrated, y'all. Have a snack. Pet your cat. And until next time. Va fail.